All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City Council meeting for August the 26th, 1925. Madam Clerk, could we please have the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Freitas, absent. Councilmember Torres,
Present.
Torres Walker, sorry.
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson is absent. Mayor Pro Tem Rocha,
Here.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
All right, will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Do we have any public comment?
We have not received any.
All right, this is a closed session, conference with labor negotiator. Mr. City Attorney, if you could please announce the item.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council this evening or this afternoon. The city council will meet in closed session for one item. I need your mic. Sorry. Apologize. I did not turn on my mic.
Still not on.
There we go. How's this?
Got it.
All right. Yeah, having a little technical difficulties today. So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this afternoon, the city council will meet in closed session to discuss one item, that is a conference with labor negotiators. The parties with which the city is negotiating are the following employee organizations: the management unit, the treatment plant employees association, the operating engineers local union number 3, the confidential unit, the Antioch Police Officers Association, and the Antioch Police Sworn Management Association. The city's negotiators are Jason Ewert, our HR director, and our city manager. And that is the closed session business for this agenda.
All right, thank you very much. I see that Councilmember Freitas has arrived at 4:33, and we will adjourn to closed session. Good evening and welcome to the City Council Special Study Session, August the 26th, 2025. Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Freitas?
Present.
Councilmember Torres Walker?
Present.
Councilmember Wilson? Mayor Pro Tem Rocha?
Here.
Mayor Bernal?
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum at 6:03 PM with Councilmember Wilson absent at roll call.
Thank you. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, tonight's study session is a proposed inclusionary housing ordinance follow-up discussion. City Manager Scott, please.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. On May 27, 2025, the City Council held a study session regarding the possible adoption of an inclusionary housing ordinance. In May, the project team provided a project background, discussed different ordinance options, and solicited feedback. Staff had prepared several guided questions for the council to provide feedback to staff at the May study session. Due to time constraints, council requested staff return at a later date with the guided questions. Tonight, staff would like council's feedback on these questions. David Storer, Interim Community and Economic Development Director, is here, and he will introduce the study session with our planning manager, Zoe.
The lights are, okay, got it. All right, David Storer, Interim Community and Economic Development Director. I'll be very brief. We'd like to be done tonight, if that's possible, because we want to get doing our work to prepare the ordinance for council's review, Planning Commission and council's review subsequently. So if it's 7 o'clock, that'd be a great day for us. And I'll turn the time over to Zoe. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and council members. I have a PowerPoint that should come up in a second. So I'm here to discuss the inclusionary housing ordinance and gather the feedback. Here we go. So as we discussed, just a quick overview of what we discussed in May. So at that study session, City Council discussed and staff gave a presentation regarding the project overview, the legal context, the local context, the draft feasibility analysis, outreach, and next steps. So we ran out of time to gather all of the feedback, but before we jump into the guided questions, I'd like to just give a brief overview of the IHO as a reminder. So an inclusionary housing ordinance requires new market rate projects to set aside a % of units as affordable. Ultimately, this is a privately subsidized affordable housing. It typically includes alternatives and incentives to avoid constraining housing production, and they are included in the zoning code. So a common aspect of inclusionary housing ordinances are the option to have in lieu fees, which is where a developer pays a fee in lieu of building the affordable unit. The city would collect these fees and then could give these fees to affordable housing developers in the city to build affordable housing projects. This is an option in most IHOs. The fee would be deposited into a housing trust fund that the city would establish. And it's important to note that this is not an impact fee, so no nexus study is required. And as discussed in May, there are different methods for calculating this fee. We also discussed in May how 15% requirement can kind of be considered a sweet spot for the inclusionary set aside. Part of this is for multiple reasons. There's actually no legal minimum or maximum IH requirement, but state law does say that IHOs must not unduly constrain the production of housing. Additionally, AB 1505 requires for rental projects that if it's over 15% for the inclusionary amount, it could trigger submittal of financial feasibility analysis to the state. It would also have to offer an alternative means of compliance. And this is kind of because 15% is seen as a threshold of potential constraint by the state. Another reason the 15% is kind of a sweet spot is because of the MTC transit-oriented communities policy, and to have an IHO count towards that, you would, it requires at least 15% of low income requirement with a few caveats. Finally, in May, we had a variety of staff recommendations I'll just reiterate. We recommended prioritizing on-site construction. We recommended affordability and perpetuity for those units. Again, we recommended the 15% total inclusionary requirement, though it could potentially be higher. We'd recommend flexibility across income levels, meaning low income, very low, and moderate. We'd recommend including that in lieu fee option and consider a combination of part on-site construction and part fee payment to be an option for developers. We'd also say to begin that housing trust fund process, so we'd have it ready when we adopt the ordinance. We'd suggest allowing for additional alternative compliance. For Contra Costa jurisdictions with IHOs, some of this includes offsite development, land donation, or land dedication. We'd also recommend adding meaningful developer incentives. Again, for other jurisdictions in Contra Costa County, this includes density increases beyond density bonus law, reduced parking requirements, or waiving of development standards. And finally, we'd just ask that you assess compliance with MTC TOC policy. So that's the end of my presentation. So we have the discussion questions. I don't know if you want to move into public comment or.
Before we do that, I did request for Jasmine Turkoff to present on some of the conversation we had in the community engagement and what you might see as like the benefits or what we might hear based on the council potentially moving forward with this.
Yeah, and if I could, before we do that, I'd just like to make a comment about the reason why we're here tonight is because we are in the process of implementing our housing element, and we did commit to studying that. So one could argue that we've checked the box as far as getting to the point of discussing an IHO, but then as Zoe said, there is no obligation under the state to do that. I guess my take home from the ordinances that I've been working with and have written in the past, I guess I can't stress enough, if I had to give, if there was one thing I'd want to do is I'd want to have on-site construction. Even if we lose the argument of perpetuity, 55 years, 10 years, whatever, I think unless we have an aggressive program to fund, then on-site construction is best as opposed to coming up with the options. So we're here as a staff to answer any questions, and I think it'd be great to hear what the public has to say, and then I can maybe answer questions unless you have questions at this point.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
No, I do have a question. So I just, as we went through this, what are you hoping to get from the council tonight? We're gonna have a discussion, but are you looking for a discussion or direction? Direction.
In fact, Zoe has the points, I think there's like 6 of them if I remember correctly, of things like, do you want a strong emphasis on on-site construction? Do you what is the timeline that you want for these contracts or agreements? Is it in perpetuity? Things of that nature, and what range of options would you like us to consider and bring back through the process? If it's not just, I've seen ordinances and work with ordinances where that's your only option. But as Zoe mentioned, state laws have changed when it comes to rental now for the things that she just spoke about. So we need it. Zoe, do you want to put that up if you don't mind? Then we can.
I just ask IS to have it up, so it's up on my. Here it comes.
There we go.
So, Mr. Mayor, after public comments, I really do hope that this is, a structured discussion, because frankly, we need sometimes a lot more definition and understanding, and that's why I'm asking, is it a discussion or is it a direction? So, no, that's fine. I mean, I got it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Tarkoff, did you have a short presentation for us?
Thank you so much for inviting me to speak on this. So what we did was we prepared with a group of coalition members our recommendations based on questions that the staff had provided. So I am here together with several coalition partners. Each of us was going to take a different aspect of the IHO that we wanted to comment on. So if it's acceptable to you, council member, I would love to just continue with the approach that we prepared for this evening. Does that meet with your approval? Great.
Yeah.
So
Excuse
just,
me, what is that
We-
approach?
No,
I'm not clear.
So I was notified that you all would like to be raised to the level of a presenter. But if you all want to just stay in the realm of public comments for the 3 minutes, we can do that too.
if that's okay with you, that's what we're prepared to do
Yes.
this evening. I apologize if I missed the opportunity.
Yes.
But I think we're going to cover everything that we wanted to cover. Is that okay with you, Mayor?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes,
so-
Yeah, so we'll do this under public comment now. So start with the first person.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 12 speakers. Mark Jordan, then we'll have Leslie May.
I want to wait until after, I want to hear their presentation, this young lady's presentation. So after they do theirs.
Then we'll go with Brandon O. Okay, you may approach the podium.
Mark Jordan, I live here in town. The heat in the room's going to go up because most people are not going to like what I have to say, and I accept that. If they knew what I was thinking, they would really hate that more. This is nothing short of municipal extortion. It is inappropriate. It creates all kinds of problems, and yes, I am aware that there are approximately 146 cities in the state that have an inclusionary housing ordinance. What you need to be aware of is that there is currently a lawsuit that has been filed in federal court against the city of East Palo Alto, challenging the inclusionary housing ordinance. That plaintiff is represented by the Pacific Legal Foundation, which is a libertarian legal organization. And they're going to go at this quite hard. This will most likely end up at the Supreme Court. Mr. Cole may be more familiar with the case than I am. There is precedent that supports the claim that inclusionary housing ordinances are fundamentally unconstitutional. They violate the Fifth Amendment as a government taking without compensation. It is not the builder's responsibility, and I am not a builder, to provide benefits in this way. It has been going on in California for some time. We all need to be aware that the United States Supreme Court does not have the makeup that it had 10 years ago. It has changed significantly. It is much more conservative. And if I were going to guess, if I were going to give you my best evaluation, inclusionary housing ordinances will be struck down by the Supreme Court. It will probably take 3 to 5 years. You don't have an ordinance, which is different from cities that currently do have them. You have now been informed that there is a plaintiff and there is a case. And Mr. Cole may advise you differently, but I believe you would be taking on some degree of liability by attempting to implement one at this particular juncture. I strongly recommend that you table this matter until the settlement of the case out of East Palo Alto. Thank you for your time.
Brendan Olasky, followed by Deborah Polk.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Brendan Olasky with Rising Juntos and an Antioch resident. Rising Juntos is a community-led organization that builds power for racial, economic, and health justice in our communities. Everybody has a right to affordable home that's also safe. We have seen the devastating effects of the affordability crisis in Antioch among our family, neighbors, and our own members. We support a robust inclusionary housing ordinance that will foster affordable development. This is a working class city, and a well-crafted IHO should promote the construction of new housing projects that will expand the total housing supply and keep our residents housed in Antioch, protecting against displacement and homelessness. A crucial component of the strong ordinance is a minimum total inclusionary requirement at or exceeding 20%, particularly when paired with in lieu fees and alternative compliance options. A higher limit above 20% ensures that the new development offers genuine affordability in line with Antioch's housing needs. Further, a smart IHO must prioritize housing for extremely low and very low income residents. Given that Antioch's median income lags significantly behind the rest of Contra Costa as a whole, targeting true affordability is imperative to preventing gentrification and homelessness. In essence, a successful inclusionary housing ordinance must champion inclusive growth and ensure equitable participation for all residents in the city's growth plan. A 20% inclusionary requirement and targeting extremely and very low income residents will promote wider affordability housing while also encouraging growth in the city. Thank you for your consideration for these proposals. We ask that you direct staff to include our recommendations in the next draft of the housing ordinance. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Deborah Polk, Antioch resident and Secretary of Rising Juntos East. Housing is a human right, and everyone should have access to affordable housing. No one should have to pay more than 30% of their income in rent. High rents have displaced too many of our family members, friends, and neighbors, and our communities are being gentrified. Rising Juntos supports the collective inclusionary housing ordinance and has the following recommendations. Affordable housing units should be built within new developments across the city to promote integration and to avoid pockets of affordability. 20% of units in new developments should be designated as affordable rather than the 15% proposed by staff, and it should be designated for low and very low income housing, not just moderate. Developers should be allowed to pay into a housing trust fund for affordable housing projects, and fees should be set to fund real construction cost. Incentives can be offered like reduced parking, fee waivers, faster approval rates, but only if the developers deliver deeper affordability or more units. Affordable units must remain affordable through deed restrictions and resale controls. By including these recommendations, we believe Antioch's inclusionary housing ordinance will be stronger and would truly reflect the needs of Antioch residents and tenants. Please return with another version with these recommendations included. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Jasmine Turkoff, followed by Kayla DeGiorgio, and then Greg Coley.
Good evening. My name is Jasmine Tarkoff, and I'm here tonight representing a broad coalition of partners committed to advancing housing justice in Antioch and across Contra Costa County. Our coalition includes California Center for Movement Legal Services, Contra Costa Budget Justice Coalition, East Bay Alliance for a Sustainable Economy, East Bay Housing Organizations, Ensuring Opportunity, Hope Solutions, Monument Impact, Multi-Faith Action Coalition, Public Advocates, Rising Juntos, United Latino Voices of Contra Costa County, and Lift Up Contra Costa County. Together, we bring decades of experience supporting policies that expand affordable housing, prevent displacement, and strengthen communities. We are proud of our coalition and our collaboration with the city around the Partnership for the Bay's Future Breakthrough Grant, which enabled the development and passage of the inclusionary housing overlay. It was a landmark step that unlocked faith-owned land for affordable housing. That accomplishment demonstrates Antioch's ability to take bold and creative action to address the housing crisis. But there's more to do. Tonight, we call upon the council to build on that momentum by adopting a strong inclusionary housing ordinance, one that ensures new development includes homes truly affordable to the people of Antioch. We're deeply appreciative of the staff's work so far in studying its feasibility and analyzing the city's potential courses of action. The necessity of an IHO in Antioch is clear. With a growing population and plentiful opportunities for development, Antioch is an attractive city for housing developers. But without an IHO, it is highly unlikely that those developments will include homes affordable to the majority of Antioch residents. 66% of low-income Antioch residents live in neighborhoods at risk of displacement. For over 2 years, Antioch has had the highest homelessness count in Contra Costa County. Housing is not just a market product. It's a human need. It's a foundation for stability, dignity, and opportunity. And the idea that the market alone will deliver affordability is a false premise. It requires intentional policy and sustained investment. That is why we call upon the council to build on its momentum and adopt a strong, equity-driven, inclusionary housing ordinance, one that ensures Antioch's growth includes homes truly affordable to the people who live and work here. With that, I'll turn to my colleagues who will be offering specific recommendations in response to those laid out by staff ahead of tonight's meeting, shared in a spirit of collaboration and with the hope of crafting the most impactful and equity-based ordinance possible. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kayla DeGiorgio. I'm the Policy and Government Affairs Manager for Hope Solutions, an organization that I'm sure you're familiar with. We provide housing and supportive services to Contra Costa residents experiencing or at risk of homelessness. I'm also an Antioch resident, born and raised, and I believe that we as a city have a responsibility to make sure that our growth includes everyone, not just those who can afford market rates. I'm here tonight as part of the larger coalition of local housing advocates, and I want to highlight the importance of prioritizing on-site construction of affordable housing in the inclusionary housing ordinance. We know that it matters where affordable housing is built. On-site affordable homes allow families with lower incomes to live in the same neighborhoods, attend the same schools, and share the same opportunities as those paying market rate. They help prevent pockets of affordability that isolate low-income residents and instead foster true economic and racial integration across Antioch. For families struggling to make ends meet, living in a mixed income community isn't just about housing. It is about better access to quality education, safer transportation options, healthier environments, and stronger long-term outcomes for their children. As someone with both personal ties to Antioch and professional experience working with families in crisis, I can tell you that the demand for affordable housing and inclusive housing continues to outpace the supply, and families in Antioch are still struggling every day to find stability. At the same time, we know this ordinance must be workable for developers, and we really appreciate the city staff's careful work in studying that feasibility. This is why our coalition also supports including alternative compliance options as noted in our letter submitted to council, but those alternatives must remain aligned with the ordinance purpose. Any alternative paths should still produce affordable homes that are comparable in number, affordability level, and contribution to equity. Otherwise, we risk undermining the very goals this ordinance is designed to achieve. This balance of making on-site housing the priority while allowing carefully designed alternatives ensure that Antioch holds firm to its values and continues to be a city where development can thrive. On behalf of Hope Solutions and the families we serve, I urge you to pass an IHO that places on-site affordable housing at its core, ensuring that compliance options truly strengthen and not weaken the policy. Antioch has a chance to build not just more housing, but stronger, more inclusive neighborhoods that last for generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Following Greg Coley, we'll have William Goodwin and Tyra Dean.
Good evening, council members. My name is Greg Colley, and I'm with the Multi-Faith Action Coalition. Thank you for your consideration of an inclusionary housing ordinance. This is an incredibly important tool for actually getting affordable housing built. And I just want to comment that we do what we do not out of an ideological bent, but because we value all human beings, especially the residents of Antioch who are in need of affordable housing. We generally agree with the staff recommendations, but I want to focus on two key points. We encourage you to set a higher inclusionary rate and then use incentives to guide builders. For example, target 20% and make it possible for builders to achieve a lower rate or higher density bonuses by aligning with policy goals, such as building for the lowest income categories. There can be many such options. For example, we also agree that the ordinance should be targeted to those with the greatest need, extremely low and very low income households. Low income is too broad, and moderate income individuals often pay market rate anyway. So we also recommend that the majority of affordable units should be for ELI and VLI in residents. In fact, this is where there can be options and flexibility in the policy so that builders can get to 15% by choosing to target the important categories. 15% as a target has been raised in discussions, but it's only a minimum required to comply with regional transit-oriented policies. It's a floor, not a ceiling. Antioch should aim for at least 20% as a baseline and provide those kind of incentives and options, because allowing builders to decide what works best for them to support the policy goals. Now, we strongly support effective inclusionary housing ordinances and want to encourage and support you in this work. Inclusionary zoning is crucial for creating more diverse, equitable, and thriving communities. Housing is not an investment commodity. Housing is homes for families. For us, people come first, not ideology. We believe well-crafted inclusionary ordinances put people first. Thank you.
Next is William Goodwin and Tara Dean.
Good evening, Council. William Goodwin wasn't able to make it, and neither was Tahira Dean. I believe I'm next. I'm Joey Flagel-Mishlev. Is that all right? I don't mean to jump the queue. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, Council. My name is Joey Flagel-Mishlev. I'm here on behalf of East Bay Housing Organizations. We represent a number of organizations, including nonprofit affordable housing developers, service providers, tenant organizations, and other advocates invested in affordable housing. And we're proud to stand with this coalition and come in the spirit of coalition with staff's recommendations of how to craft a strong inclusionary ordinance. So far, my colleagues have addressed the prioritization of on-site production of affordable homes, the recommendation for a baseline 20% inclusionary rate, and the need to target specific affordability levels rather than having an open-ended affordability requirement. So the next thing that we want to talk about are the alternative compliance measures that staff asked about. The primary one being an in-lieu fee option, where those who choose not to build the units on site instead give the city funds, which are then distributed to build 100% affordable housing somewhere in the city. We do support staff's recommendation of including an in-lieu fee option. It provides the necessary flexibility for developers to comply with the ordinance, but we hope that on-site production can still be a priority. So in other words, we include the in-lieu fee, but we set it at a rate that it's not simply a cheaper option or a get-out-of-production card. It's truly about flexibility, and then those funds are important to the city to have because they make the city a more attractive place for affordable housing developers when there's a local source of funding to complement state and private sources to fund affordable housing. So for that reason, having the in-lieu fee and the housing trust fund that holds the in-lieu fees is really important for the city to have, even if the ordinance still prioritizes on-site construction. As you look at other alternative compliance options, which we do believe, the stronger ordinance includes some alternative compliance options, some flexibility. The thing to keep in mind are those original goals, which are we producing more affordable housing through this alternative compliance? What is the level of affordability that we're providing through the alternative compliance? And do we still reach that integration goal? For instance, if we allow for off-site construction of affordable housing, can we keep it in the same neighborhood, which is really the goal of the inclusionary housing ordinance? So that's what we hope you'll consider when you think about alternative compliance. And as for incentives that are offered to developers, we really want to emphasize that we understand incentives are important to, again, create that flexibility for compliance with the ordinance, but it has to be tied to the goals of the ordinance. It has to be tied to achieving more affordability, achieving deeper affordability, and achieving that integration. So any extra incentives shouldn't be offered outright, but should be tied to the provision of deeper affordability or more affordable homes. Thank you.
Okay. Tahiruddin, did you, and also followed by Millie Phillips, Reverend Millie Phillips.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Tahiruddin. I'm a staff attorney at Public Advocates. We are a nonprofit based in San Francisco, and we advocate for low-income households, supporting advocates throughout the Bay Area, and housing, transportation, and education justice work. I particularly work on projects that utilize the Surplus Land Act to leverage affordable housing and assist advocates as they fight for tenant protections at the local and state level. I'm here today to acknowledge that and applaud the city for going forward with inclusionary housing ordinance. I particularly want to talk about the in-lieu fee aspect. I acknowledge that it's not always possible to include affordable on-site units within market rate projects, but I believe that in-lieu fees can be used for developers who are not able to include affordable units in their developments. In-lieu fees are fees that developers can pay in lieu of creating affordable units. And there's a myriad of ways to do those calculations. Antioch should weigh the relative costs of compliance for developers and how the different costs would influence developers' consideration of the available options. If a developer chooses to pay in lieu fees, the fees should go into a housing trust fund. The Housing Trust Fund will play a critical role in affordable housing preservation because developers can leverage city dollars to unlock more funding. We would urge the city to carefully consider how in-lieu fees are set so they don't become a way for developers to opt out of providing affordable housing. And Public Advocates and the rest of the coalition working on this are really here to support the city as you move forward with this wonderful initiative to increase affordable housing options. Thank you.
After Reverend Millie Phillips, Andrew Becker, then Leslie May.
Good evening, council members. I'm Millie Phillips, Contra Costa County organizer for the Faith Alliance for a Moral Economy, FAME, which is affiliated with the East Bay Alliance for Sustainable Economy. We're a county-wide network of faith leaders and activists driven by our moral commitment to treating our neighbors as we would like to be treated, knowing that is the only way to achieve peaceful and secure communities where everyone thrives, regardless of income, age, gender, race, ability, religion, or immigration status. We commend you for considering passing an inclusionary housing ordinance that includes both the features others have already spoken to and the staff's recommendation that affordable units constructed under the ordinance, whether for rent or for sale, must remain affordable in perpetuity, which can easily be accomplished via deed restrictions and resale price controls. Temporary affordability just kicks the crisis down the road, continuing the uncertainty and instability faced by lower income households who are already spending the bulk of their incomes on housing, often unable to meet or fully plan ahead for other needs. Along with Antioch residents, affordable housing practitioners, and community-based organizations, we are delighted that the city is on track to develop a highly effective equity-based ordinance. Every day, residents are impacted negatively by the lack of affordable housing, and you have within your power the ability to reverse that impact. This ordinance will be a major step toward alleviating the city's housing burden. Guided by the serious level of need and the political urgency of this moment, your support will be a true blessing for your Antioch neighbors. Thank you.
Andrew Becker, followed by Leslie May. Then after, we'll have Shagufa Khan.
Thank you. So, a couple of quick points for context. In 1969, when California created the housing element process and open up opportunities for inclusionary housing programs. A lot of different agencies were slow to start in those programs, but by 2007, 170 different agencies had adopted inclusionary housing programs. Since 1969, 56 years ago, that's roughly 1,300 city council meetings here in the city of Antioch, where we had an opportunity to bring forward an inclusionary housing program here in the state of California. That's 20,440 days where we could have met to discuss this opportunity and bring it forward. 490,000 hours, 490,560 hours, where tonight we set aside one. And so with my remaining minute and a half, where we had roughly 29,433,600 minutes, I'll use my last minute to finish with saying, this conversation needs to be bigger. It needs to be better. There's a difference between a conversation and a dialogue. And a dialogue is with purpose and has an objective, but also comes with structure. And I don't know if I'm seeing the right structure here, because we are racing to an inclusionary housing program, which we need because we've seen the ramp up. We're at 250% housing development over any local agency around us. But we're skipping main parts like, what is the purpose of on-site development? It's the difference between a single family housing developer and a multifamily housing developer. Your single family market rate housing developer is gonna always pay the in lieu fees, and they're never gonna build single family affordable units. And that's why when you drive around Antioch today, you don't see any affordable single family units. And we're putting families in apartments when they deserve to be in homes. So if you can find another minute for me within that 30 million, I'd appreciate it, because that was my time.
Leslie May, then Shagova Khan following.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm just listening to, I wanted to hear everyone speak, but I had my own thoughts. I'm like, we are 50 years late with inclusion housing ordinance, trying to work on it. I don't believe in any in lieu fees. And the reason why is because that's a loophole that has been used for years and years all over to get away with not building affordable housing. I had the pleasure, and it was a surprise, to meet a developer of container housing in Oakland. He's building, taking the containers and building beautiful homes. They're single, for one person only, for the unhoused. They're in Oakland. And he said the clients rent the units while they're going through a program that addresses mental health and other disparities. And while they're doing that, they help build affordable housing homes. So they have another place where they're building, but they're using containers, and they don't look like containers when the homes are finished. And building beautiful homes that the unhoused can purchase once they've, gotten their training and gone through this program. They can purchase them, or other people for extremely low income to moderate income can purchase these homes. These are the kind of developers we need. We don't need these same old developers coming in from Pittsburgh and all these other places, Mountain House, everywhere else they developed. The same ones was the same thought pattern. They have used and twisted the rules, used and twisted cities, and their pockets are full. But the homes are ready for people who are extremely low income. We have a place here, Eden Housing. That's right here, the Rivertown place, and there's another apartment building, the West Rivertown Apartments. They've been trying to come in here and speak for the last 2 years about, I guess they purchased some land and they want to develop some more housing apartments, but they also want to develop like condos, because the people that live here, they don't have a set rate. It's not like the HUD Section 8 program. They pay according to their income. And a lot of people are having to leave because they make too much money. But they like the concept that is going on in this and would like to purchase a home. So I really ask you to think about this. Like I say, no in lieu fees, because that's a loophole to get out of paying. Really think about this and have more discussion on this problem. Thank you.
After Shagufta Khan, we'll have Malcolm Khalil.
Good evening, Council. Shagufta with Monument Impact and the Coalition of Housing Advocates that is here with us today. The Constitution gives cities the power to regulate land use for the general welfare, and housing affordability is one of the greatest public welfare challenges of our time. Requiring developers to include affordable housing units is no different than requiring them to follow building codes, provide parking, or protect open space. It's a balance between private profit and public good. Without government stepping in, we've already seen what happens: rising rents, displacement, and more families experiencing homelessness. An inclusionary housing ordinance ensures that growth is shared fairly, and it stands on strong constitutional and legal footing. The staff's recommendation of a 15% inclusionary requirement is a start, but it will only yield modest results. Our community deserves a stronger standard of 20% should be the baseline, and those homes must be affordable to the lowest income residents. We also support the inclusion of an in lieu fee option, but only if the fees are set high enough to fund real affordable housing through a housing trust fund, to not serve as a cheap loophole for the developers. This is a balanced approach. Developers continue to profit, but they also help keep Antioch livable and fair. Please adopt a strong inclusionary housing ordinance and show that housing policy can meet both constitutional standards and community needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Second call for Malcolm Khalil. He's not present. We have no other cards.
All right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Storer.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, thinking about the question about how we use our time to its maximum, perhaps tonight, whether we have a discussion or direction, I'm thinking that the first point, the pivot point will be, do you want an ordinance or not? And that if you do, then you can tell us some of the components you'd like in it. It's kind of an interesting process because for the public's benefit, I'll say it clearly, this is not going to be a one meeting discussion at the Planning Commission or even your council, because there are so many different permutations or options that we could build into it. So if the answer to the first question is yes, you could just simply say, staff, go do your thing. And we'll come back with an ordinance and take it through based on what our recommendation would be, having listened to your discussion perhaps in the remaining time that we have. But I think that'll be the first thing to do, is decide, is it a good thing or a bad thing as a matter of policy? And then you can decide whether you want to send us on our way, or if you want to say, on your way, but here's some of the things we want you to build in and to, to provide to the Planning Commission. Thank you. Oh, and then one last thing, if I can. We've heard some nomenclature about moderate, low, medium. Let me just talk. There's 4 categories in the statute. There's above moderate, which the market seems to take care of for some reason. Then there's the moderate. Then on the lower end of the spectrum, you've got low income, and then you've got VLI, very low income. Of the VLI, it can go to ELI, extremely low income, but that's not a recognized category for the purpose of housing elements that you've all been used to over the last 2 or 3 years. So just remember that there's 4 categories. When people talk about extremely, it's a component of the VLI, okay? And we're happy to answer the question. I can't tell you what our numbers are as far as the dollars for each of those categories, but we can certainly address that if you have any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have a question for the city attorney. Being that we have 12 minutes before the regular city council meeting starts and council hasn't started our discussion yet on this item, and I don't want to start our meeting late on the regular meeting, if we were to continue this study session, would public comment still be permitted at the beginning of the next study session, and would the people who have already commented be able to comment again since it's on the same subject?
Yes, so just to clarify, this is a study session. This is not a public hearing, so the formal public hearing rules don't apply. If we continue this item, then we would simply continue the item, and anyone who spoke tonight under the Brown Act would have a right and the ability to speak again. So if that's the pleasure of the council, you can just simply schedule this for another meeting. We're not going to have to notice this in the newspaper, so you can just tell us when you want to bring it back. We can bring it back, and everyone here and anyone else can say whatever they want when we come to that second meeting.
This is such an important subject. Here we are, I don't know how many decades into inclusionary housing, and we have 10 minutes to either tell whether we do or don't want one with 3 new council members. So I'm not ready to make a recommendation on yes or no, we do or don't want one at this point, because I don't know enough about. I have questions that would precede it, and I don't know about the rest of my council members and what their thoughts are.
So you, city attorney, you were saying that this could come back for a deeper discussion?
Absolutely.
And the council could make that decision?
Absolutely.
I'm definitely down for that. I also think that there should be more time given the number of speakers and the time that was given to this. I think there should have been more time. I know Antioch had one of the highest rates of eviction during the pandemic in our county. It's still, somehow with rents going up, Antioch is still the most affordable place to live in the East Bay. And I understand that people want to prioritize, that we have that we should be prioritizing keeping Antioch affordable. I think that we need more time. So I don't know if the council would.
I'm in agreement that with such an important issue and so many questions, and I think conversation that should be had, that we continue this. And find an appropriate time that we can do it and provide opportunity for our speakers to present and to hear from more community to move this item forward, whether we're all in favor or not. I do obviously agree that there's a need in this community to take a look at how we can provide for all and do the best that we can to look at what strategies are the best ways for us to do that. So that would be my approach as well, is to provide an opportunity for us to dig deeper and learn more before we make a decision.
Councilmember Freitas, do you have any comments on this?
I am in agreement. I mean, I would strongly suggest that we pick a date, because I think it's important for us to have momentum, and suggest maybe a 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. 4-hour meeting. I mean, here we are almost at 7 o'clock, and there's no policy direction that's being given. And part of the dilemma, I can't tell you at this point in my favorite or opposed, because I don't know what is in front of me. And so there's so many unanswered questions. If you look at my markup, I mean, there's pages and pages of red. I have lots and lots of questions and I'm sure every member here has lots of questions. And frankly, I think also it's not always possible, but having all 5 of us in attendance, I think, is also critical as we move forward on this. So I think right now, Mr. Mayor, I would pull out our calendars. Let's look at a date that would be workable. And I would suggest 6 to 10 o'clock, 4 hours to vote this. It won't be the end-all and be-all meetings, because as Mr. Storer indicated, there are lots of policy questions that need to be explored, and we're going to have questions, and staff will need to come back and provide us, insight and resources and things of that sort. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, I know that, I think we need to have Councilmember Wilson here to open her calendar, because if we want to have all 5 of us here, that would be very helpful. And I'd also recommend maybe a 4 to 8 versus a 6 to 10, just from the standpoint of staffing, overtime, and things like that, and making it more split the day up a little bit more if possible. That'd just be my recommendation. So
I agree with the time frame that Councilmember Freitas raised, because it's not just, although we are up here and we have to make a decision at some point, it's not just our availability that's important, it's also the availability of the public. And to say 4 to 6 would exclude a lot of the public who might be interested in the second round of this conversation from being here. So I would recommend the 6 to 10.
okay.
And Councilwoman Wilson is not here, so I'm wondering if maybe the direction to staff could be to find a time that meets for everybody, or.
Can I suggest that, that we take a look at maybe one date that at least works for 4 of us, so the staff doesn't have to go crazy trying to do that. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but at least, we can give them a particular date or 2.
So right now, just looking, September the 30th is a 5th Tuesday, so it's not a third Tuesday, which I know that we were looking to try to possibly use third Tuesdays for other types of. We have a.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to suggest next Tuesday, the 2nd, because I think there is some expediency here.
I would agree.
I
with
wouldn't
the
want to
second.
delay it another month, but.
Okay,
I would agree with the 2nd.
I'm out of town the 2nd, but
Okay, well, so does the 3rd work? 3rd Tuesday?
The 16th,
16 works for me.
it works for me.
yeah, 16th is available as well.
Staff? Everybody's nodding their head, so
Is there
tentatively, let's
con-
schedule from 6 to 10.
Is that consensus, 6:10?
Yeah.
I'm okay either way.
Okay, so,
16th.
September 16th, Tuesday, 6 to 10 p.m. here in the council chambers for the continuation of the study session.
Let me also indicate one thing. I know coalitions, come together, and sometimes it would be helpful that comments are not repetitive. And, if there are suggestions, make the suggestions, but having speaker after speaker after speaker repeat the same thing, I know it's important, but it really takes very valuable time away from a discussion about some of the things. I mean, you're all bringing up, what's a on-site building versus, fees and things of that sort. We hear that. And it's not that I want to curtail free speech, but, I think we hear you. When one speaker comes up, it doesn't need to be repeated 5, 6, 7, 8 times. We understand. I mean, and some of the input that you gave tonight raises more questions in my mind. And I think that as a council, it's been my experience that when we hear you, we will ask questions. I mean, a trust fund, but does money go in? If it's invested, does the interest stay in the fund? Does it go to the general fund? I mean, there are questions just about, a trust. And I think most of you said that, yes, that sounds like a good idea. I'm just suggesting to this is a very complicated subject. And I think we need as much time as we possibly can as a staff and as a council and as a community to try to get to some of those decisions. So I would just caution, some of the speakers, just repetitiveness takes away precious time. And it's just a comment.
And Ms. City Manager Scott, I think another thing that would be helpful, I know there's somewhat of a list here, but if there could be very definitive questions that need answers that the staff is asking for of the city council, so we make sure that, as Councilmember Freitas said, it's a structured discussion. We make sure that we're going down the list and giving as much input as we can.
There actually were questions in the staff report and the presentation, and I'm one, because they were direct. I guess maybe you're saying that they weren't direct enough?
I'm just saying, I want to make sure that when we go through the, like, I had the list of questions I was going to go through. I just want to make sure that gives enough information for staff to move on if the decision is to move forward with drafting an ordinance. So that would just be the request. All right, if there's no other questions, we will adjourn this study session.
Motion to adjourn is at 6:58 PM.
All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the August 26th, 2025 Antioch City Council meeting. Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Freitas?
Present.
Councilmember Torres Walker?
Present.
Councilmember Wilson? Mayor Pro Tem Rocha?
Here.
Mayor Bernal?
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum at 7:06 p.m. with Councilmember Wilson absent.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Mr. City Attorney, will you please report out on our closed session?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Late this afternoon, before this meeting, the City Council met in closed session to discuss one item. That item was a labor negotiation. The negotiators were Jason Ewert, an attorney, the city manager, and our HR director. The employee bargaining units with whom the city is negotiating are the Management Unit, Treatment Plan Employees Association, Operating Engineers Local Union Number 3, Confidential Unit, Antioch Police Officers Association, and Antioch Police Sworn Management Association. And the City Council received an update and gave direction to its negotiators. No other reportable action was taken.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on now to public comments. Madam Clerk, will you please read the rules, and we will start public comment, or we will conclude public comments tonight at 7:35 for the first round, since we're starting 5 minutes late.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome to a meeting of the Antioch City Council. Your attendance is appreciated. The state Ralph M. Brown Act guarantees the public's right to address the City Council within the framework of speaker rules. Because agendas encompass many business items, speaker rules enable the meeting to be efficiently conducted and concluded at a reasonable hour. The City Council can only take action on items that are listed on the agenda. If you wish to speak to an item not on the agenda, the public's comment section of the agenda is for you. Unagendized comments are provided until no later than 7:30 p.m. when the City Council moves on to the agenda items. There is another opportunity for public comment at the end of the meeting. If you wish to speak during public comments or during an agenda item, fill out a speaker request form located at the entrance of the council chambers. Please place the speaker request form in the tray near the city clerk before the City Council meeting begins. This will enable us to call upon you to speak. The speaker request form is retained as a public record and as such may be shared with others upon request in line with the California Public Records Act. On your speaker request form, please identify if the comment is for announcement of community events, public comment, or a specific agenda item. No one may speak more than once on an agenda item or during public comments. Speakers will be notified shortly before they are called to speak. When you are called to speak, please limit your comments to the time allotted, up to 3 minutes at the discretion of the mayor. The consent calendar is a group of items which are determined to be routine. These items are usually considered all at once and approved without further discussion. If you are opposed to action, which is recommended for an item on the consent calendar, please submit a speaker request form before the meeting and place it in the speaker card near the city clerk. This will enable the item to be removed from the consent calendar and call on you to speak. If the meeting appears to be going late, the City Council may decide to continue some items until a subsequent meeting. The City Council will try to make its determination around 10:45 p.m. It is the goal to stop discussing agenda items by no later than 11 p.m. Mayor, we have 7 speakers.
All right, thank you. 3 minutes each, please.
Thank you. For community and civic events, Michael Kuslitz, followed by Amadeus Castillo.
We actually have that under item number 2
apologies.
would be community events.
Apologies, I stacked those incorrectly. We have Leslie May, who is no longer in the chamber. Jamie San Nicolas, followed by Rosemary Laguna.
Good afternoon. I'm Jamie San Nicolas. I'm a resident of Antioch. I've been finding some rather hazardous situations on the BART system from Pittsburgh to Antioch. There are other train systems through in the other region are designed much more safer. But from Pittsburgh to Antioch, it's in high hazard. I've ridden that train due to being disabled, and I'm under constant use of the train 5 days a week. But the exiting entry area is under constant blockage. It was not designed as well as the other BART system in the other regions, and it's putting high risk on individuals. It's hard to get a wheelchair in. It's hard to find a safe place for a bicycle, and it's putting people at risk. I have addressed BART in their main system out of Oakland, but since then, I have not seen any results, and that was in June of this current year. So I would appreciate if the staff or any staff member would just contact them and let them know that it's more than just a rider addressing the situation. It's also being monitored. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Rosemary Laguna, we'll have Mark Jordan.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rosemary. I'm a resident in Elmond Ridge area off of Vieira Avenue. I did make some copies of pictures that you guys can see. We have major concerns about the homeless, people staying overnight, blocking the roads. There's garbage, there's needles, there's dogs running loose that almost I've gotten bitten by several times. We've done city with the C-Flix several times. My husband had to call the cops the other day because my daughter could not get in from school. She goes to college. She couldn't come in because the homeless had blocked it, and it becomes very unsafe. They can't even walk the dog because of they just don't feel safe. So I know where the cemetery is. It used to be red. It used to be red there. You can barely see it anymore. I would like, some recommendation, support, what we could do. I mean, it's sad when we can't even walk in our own neighborhood, and we're not the only one. We have families that have kids that ride bikes, and they still can't, it's just not safe. Me and my husband, every Monday, before I go to work, I work at Sutter Health here, we pick up garbage because it's really bad. And there's some pictures you'll see the garbage. That's just in one day, and an hour later, someone else will come and just dump something, or you've got mobile homes who live there and feel that it's okay for them to dump their garbage. It's just to the point where we just don't feel safe. And again, I work in 2 Sutter hospitals, one here in Antioch and one in Burlingame. So my daughters are sometimes at home by themselves. So I'm a little scared because they can't walk their dog, they can't go out. I'm afraid they're not going to be able to get in because they've been blocked before. And our area is not exactly the easiest one to get in. You get in through the cemetery on Vieira. There's really not a lot of ways to go out. You'd have to go all the way around through the Oakley Road. So any recommendations or support or any ideas that you guys have would really be appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I'm back. All right. Yeah, unsafe neighborhoods. Yeah, it's time for the citizens and the taxpayers to get something for their money. I'm going to go pretty quickly here. $12.5 million in deficit spending, pulling money out of reserves, totally inappropriate. You're spending $34,700 a day that you're not taking in. While I stand here and speak, you're going to spend $72 you don't have. That needs to come to an end. Talk a little bit about the reckless driving that's going on in town, and yes, I'm well aware that the sideshows have curtailed to some degree. The city of San Diego has re-implemented vehicle crushing. You get pulled over for reckless driving, and that would include speeding 30 miles an hour over the speed limit. You're convicted, there's a forfeiture hearing, all the appeals are finished, the vehicle is crushed. I would recommend the city of Antioch take up vehicle crushing. That will get somebody's attention, and I think the people that want to drive recklessly will go someplace else and do it. I am concerned about the massive number of unregistered vehicles on and off the public streets. On one court in an area where I live, there was a boat trailer that had been parked there for months, and there were at least 6 cars that were unregistered on the street. I recommend that we do away with the warning process. If the tags are more than 6 months out of date, we begin implementation of fines at $250 for the first offense, $500, $1,000 thereafter. You have 72 hours to correct. You park on private property. If it's unregistered, the fine I would recommend is $100, second time $250, third time $500 with a 5-day correction period. Driving an unregistered vehicle, you can take care of all of this because it falls under the public nuisance. You can implement all these fines. Driving an unregistered vehicle in town, this concerns me because if you're not registered, you're probably not insured. Give them a ticket, give them a municipal fine. There are a limited number of ways to increase the income of the city. One is sales tax, the other is real property tax. If you would begin to implement some controls on what goes on in the city, the real property values would increase and the tax base would go up. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Philip Weber, followed by Paul Ramirez.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Phil Weber. I am a resident here in Antioch, and I live in the Flower Streets up above KFC. So I've got a laundry list of things, and I know I only have 3 minutes, so I will speak quickly. The first thing that I'd like to bring up is street cleaning with the bike lanes. My wife has the inability to walk, so we take out on the scooter, and we go around the neighborhood and on the bike paths and whatnot. And it's so full of rubbish that I just don't know if we have, the street cleaning ability. We should be using it at least a couple of times a month. She had a blowout on one of her tires, and we had gotten metal. I don't know what metal was doing on the bike path, but that's one thing I wanted to bring up. The number of flats are ridiculous, and I was talking to a group of cyclists, and they've noticed too the amount of trash in our bike lanes. So you can take a peek at this just by going Hillcrest from downtown here and look on the right side as you're going by, and you'll see, as of this morning on my bike ride down to the senior center, I saw parts of a broom in the bike path. So that's one thing. The second thing is we have a problem up in the Flower Streets with water. I don't know if you know, the water department's been working there for several months. My apron to my driveway is dropping precipitously. I mean, just since they've done work, it's dropped another 1.5 inches. And they tell me, well, you can buy the insurance policy. And I'm like, bull feathers. The city knew they used shoddy materials when they built all those roads. And now they're having to fix it up, and now you're just putting it all on us to have to pay to get it done. When I had my driveway replace some of the squares, I was told I couldn't touch the sidewalk to make it right. And now I'm being told I'm responsible for the sidewalk. Please make up your mind, but I would like one of you to contact the water department to come out to my house and take a peek. This has been a topic of discussion for almost 2 decades with the sinking happening. And my last is I call them rollers. People call them speed bumps, but I would like to see the rollers up in the Flower Streets, and especially on Larkspur Drive, Mayflower, Sunflower. People are using that to bypass the signals to get to the freeway. And you can tell by the amount of wear on the roads up there. And all I'm asking is just look again at putting, well, I'm out of time. But anyway, you get the point.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you.
After Paul Ramirez, we'll have Jose Cordon.
Good evening. My name is Paul Ramirez. I'm a resident of Antioch. I live on Finch Drive. My backdoor neighbor is the Black Diamond Regional Park. And if there's anything that united Antioch and its people was, there's always a little bit of heaven in a disaster area, and that was the fire that raged in the foothills. I want to thank the firefighters, Antioch firefighters, the police, because they had to block streets and evacuation notices were given. And everybody united during that time, neighbors, people who weren't neighbors, strangers. There was unity that day because of the tragedy that could have happened, but it was stopped. And so again, as I say, sometimes disasters bring unity. And I think that that's a sign of what Antioch and what we need to do. I also am hopeful that the new city council, the new mayor, and the city manager, in my opinion, we're going in the right direction. It's like a big boat, a big ship. It's not going to turn on a dime, but it's turning, I believe, anyway. And so I also think that the downtown has shown some life, Easter egg hunt, as simple as that sounds, and then beyond. And so I think the concentration of bringing and revitalizing the downtown is important. And so I think that's kind of like on schedule, and I hope that's the concentration on that. The other one is that, you know, we, as you are all communicators, the Creator gave us the power of the word. And one of the ways we need to use those words is that we need to listen. And I think right now that Jose Cordon, who's been in Antioch, has lived in Antioch for a long time, has been working with our youth, with our schools, with our high schools. And if anybody needs a microphone or an opportunity to speak, it's our young people. And so I think I'm hopeful that the city of Antioch is working with Jose Cordon. He's a bright gentleman, got a great vision, but it includes young people. And it includes the ability to communicate and speak, because we need to hear from the younger people, because ultimately that's where the answers are at, especially for the future. And so again, as I say, the combination of going in a good direction, the energy, and I hope we continue, and that's unity is the ultimate end. Thank you.
After Jose Cordon will be Nicole.
Good evening, council and city staff. My name is Jose Cordon. Some of you know me more than others. Some of you don't know me at all. I am a poet and community organizer, longtime resident of Antioch. During the last council meeting, I announced the introduction of a new series of youth art workshops in partnership with the library, and I'd like to provide more concrete information about that tonight. But before I do, I'd also like to announce the introduction of a community garden. I've completed the insurance paperwork, signed an MOU, and will soon begin asking interested community members to join us in developing the best community garden possible. One of our new downtown businesses, the Hen and Drake Modern Tea Room, will be harvesting some of their teas there. As I was preparing for tonight, I saw the MOU between Townsend Public Affairs and the City of Antioch. I'm happy to see that they are presenting grant opportunities for many things, including arts and humanities. With that in mind, I'd like to go back to the youth art workshops I mentioned. The workshops are a part of the Youth Arts Connection initiative through Arts Contra Costa County, the county's state local arts partner. We'll be having workshops in Pittsburgh, Antioch, and Brentwood. One in Pittsburgh, one in Brentwood, and 2 in Antioch on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 4 to 6 p.m. for youth ages 12 through 18. So for those folks here in Antioch, that is Tuesdays and Thursdays from 4 to 6 p.m. at the Antioch Library by Antioch High School. Some of the opportunities presented by Townsend Public Affairs came from the California Arts Council. I'm also happy to announce the submission to their state designated cultural district cohort. Shout out to Councilmember Torres Walker. Shout out to Brett and Gabby from the city for helping with that. If successful, the city of Antioch will have a state designated cultural district providing marketing and funding advantages for the city if capitalized on intentionally. Lastly, I'd also like to request a formal update from the city regarding the RFP for the Lynn House. Thank you so much for your time.
Why is your microphone so he's so short? So anyway, good evening. I just came today. I was thinking about the last council meeting that I went to and attended, and came up here to speak. It was a good meeting. There was some stuff going on in the audience, and I wanted to talk to you tonight. I mean, you guys do not answer emails or phone calls. There's no other way really to get in contact with you. Last meeting, you addressed me when it came to some profanity that you were complaining about when I was a little confused because I thought you meant like when we were in the audience, maybe we were being loud, you thought you heard something. But after thinking about that, I've been, just as an advocate for the last 7 years or so, coming up here trying to fight for unhoused people. I really don't care what you have to say and what you are requesting as far as that. I read the rules. There's nothing in the rules about it. I actually had to go back to the meeting because I was like, what did I say? And I think I said hell and damn. And I do try to watch myself and many of the other advocates do. If there's kids in the rooms, whatever, we want to be respectful to them. There's been plenty of times that I just walked out because I was so mad, like, no, this is not the time. So I do understand that and I get that, but you cannot and will not take away from the speech that we have when we are up here for these 3 minutes to be able to talk to you guys. All I have to say about that is you can either change the law or you can change the rules. Or you can just have, I don't know who you gonna have escort us out whenever we say hell or damn. But I'm trying to say this as nicely as possible. You will not take away our speech. And I really feel strongly about that. So no disrespect, but just letting you know, when Nicole Gardner gets up here, you may just wanna have the chief sitting right here to escort me out because there's no telling what I will say if I'm passionate about an issue. And again, no disrespect, that's just the way it is. Thank you.
Jeremy Phillips. Yes.
Hello, everyone. You guys can hear me? Yeah, so I'm here just to present a new program that's coming to the Antioch Library because we noticed out here there's a lot of things going on. So Antioch High, Antioch Middle, after school, Sycamore area, things like that. It's a lot of crime. It's very crazy with things you see that with our youth getting involved in a lot of things. So we here, Jose Cardone too, to present arts to Contra Costa County because we see that it's a lot of things going on, especially in our community. So it'll be spoken word, it'll be poetry, it'll be rap, it'll be R&B, it'll be arts. It's just giving kids an outlet to do other things, especially after school. And we need you guys' help to help promote this program. Starting September 9th, Tuesdays and Thursdays are going to be in Antioch. So we just want to spread the words because we tried really hard to bring a quality program into this area. We know that, like I said, it's a lot of things going on in the community and we want to do something about it. We're very advocate about what's going on in the internet and we see that, Oakland, Richmond, San Francisco, their counties are really behind the program and they have. And we noticed out here, some programming selected few things going on, but we're really all talented artists and it's about 5 of us and also have these flyers. So any team between the ages 12 and 18, we providing food, we have incentives, a lot of programming, good games and things for them to learn. It's just finding ways to cope and give them something to do because sometimes I hear kids all the time because I run a program in Oakland, I live in this community, they're always saying there's nothing to do out here. So they find themselves in trouble, getting involved in, gangs and drugs and things like that. Not saying it's for everybody, but we notice the news tell it all what things is happening. So they need something to do. And We just want the city and the people to be able to push these programs. We don't want to be forgotten about and providing a program at the library. Nobody's coming. So we're here today to let them know that we're here. We're going to make a change. We'll be there for at least a year. We have a 2-year contract, but at least for this year, we'll be here at the Antioch Library. Tuesdays and Thursdays from 4 to 6. We need you guys' help to put the word out, send an email blast, let them know that, you know, things are coming to Contra Costa County, especially in the Antioch area, but we need the support of the city behind it. And with that being said, please, if you guys may, I'll send you guys an email, you guys to take flyers, but we need you guys' help. So we took time out of our day to come here, talk about concerns in the city, but also we're here for the youth. The youth are our future. So with these youth and with these programs, they can find something to do and also have a good time, build that connection, build that positivity, come together and stop all the violence, get to know each other. We missing interaction. It's all about being on social media and things like that. So they don't really get to know each other. They're too busy, you know, fighting each other, saying funny things about each other, what's causing issues and problems, rather than get together and building something, coming together over music and things like that, which is a universal language and the arts. So we're trying to make a change. It starts right now, today. So everybody, don't just take you guys, take all of us. So, but the word needs to be out. September 9th, starting Tuesdays and Thursdays, we'll be there for a year straight. Thank you guys for your time.
Good evening, Council. John Trezzuto, 25-year resident. At the last meeting, I made a point of order when Tamisa left the meeting. Tamisa just got up and left the meeting without calling for a recess. So why do you think we take attendance at the beginning of the meeting? What if there was like a vote on something important and Tamisa the next morning called the clerk and said, I didn't vote on that. I was in the restroom. It's like, if you guys want to leave the dais, there needs to be a vote. You can't just get up and leave. Lamar used to do that all the time. And before I spoke, Lamar used to say, oh, Johnny Walker's coming up. He goes, this is going to be good. It's like the whole idea of the Brown Act, the spirit of the Brown Act is to encourage the community to speak. So, you know, and then after I spoke, it was always like, well, that was funny, you know. So I made a point of order. You guys are paying your city attorney almost $300,000 a year. All you had to do was ask him, is Mr. Trezzuto right? Do we need to make, and then I just read the minutes. There's nothing in the minutes about her leaving the meeting and returning. The city clerk, I know you're new, but you need to make a note in the minutes when someone leaves the meeting and the exact time they return in case there was a vote or something. I mean, how would we know who was there? We got the camera, but guess what? When I was arrested, the camera automatically wasn't working. There's no films of me being arrested. Well, what a coincidence. I could have sued the city for millions, okay? Anyway, about Japan. You guys come back from Japan and said, oh, there's no homeless there, and I saw very little police, and the streets are so clean. Okay, let's talk about why. In Japan, it's illegal to smoke a joint. You go to jail for 7 years. It's illegal to be homeless. That's why you guys didn't see any homeless. They've already been arrested, okay? Let's go over some of the other things they do in Japan. They hire these workers from another country to make them do all the dangerous work. In the last 10 years, over 500 of them have died. When you get arrested in Japan, you don't get a lawyer, and guess how long they can hold you? They can hold you till you confess. So yeah, we got our own problems with homeless, but let's not compare them to Japan. And let's try to follow, during our meetings, let's try to follow the rules of order. You got an attorney here, ask him, you know? Don't hold any votes before your public comment. It's really insulting to us when you guys have already made a motion for a vote and like, oh yeah, we forgot to ask for public comments. It's like a slap in the face. It was okay the first couple of months, but now, you know, step up the game, you guys, and thanks for listening.
All right, that'll conclude public comment. On to item number 1, introduction of new city employees, promotions, and retirements.
Thank you so much. Oh.
I was going to ask if we have any public comment.
Oh.
Do we have any public
I don't
comment on
wanna
this
get in
item?
trouble from the
We have
last
no
speaker.
public comment for this item.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Yes, thanks so much, Mayor and City Council. I'm going to call up our HR Director, Ana Cortez. Thanks.
All right, good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. So tonight, I'm very excited to introduce the newest member of our Human Resources Department. I am here to introduce our Risk and Safety Specialist, Nitesh Singh. Tesh was born in Fremont, California, and has been in Antioch since 2009. Tesh graduated from Mount Diablo High School and entered the workforce soon after. He began his career in manufacturing maintenance at Dow Corteva Chemical, and later transitioned into the safety field, gaining his experience across Bay Area refineries. His career path ultimately led him back to Dow Corteva Chemical, where he served as a lead safety role. Today, he proudly serves for the City of Antioch in his current capacity as the Risk and Safety Specialist, where he is now applying all of his expertise in advanced workplace safety for employee well-being. Beyond his professional achievements, Nitesh is a proud husband to Kyla, Deer Valley High School graduate, and a devoted father to their son, Bryson, who was born in Antioch in 2023. Nitesh is a dedicated community member, serving as a football coach at our Antioch High School since 2012. His passion for mentoring young athletes reflects his strong commitment to giving back to the community he calls home. So I'm here to introduce Tesh.
I'd like to thank the City of Antioch for giving me the opportunity to come and serve. I consider myself a son of Antioch, not just coaching football, but just living here most of my life. So yeah, I've been here since May for the City of Antioch, and I'm very proud for the work that we've put in already for safety and risk. Looking forward to doing more for the city and helping any way I can. Thank you.
All right, welcome, Nitesh.
Thanks so much. And Nitesh would like us all on the dais to have first aid CPR training. So next time, please confirm. All right, I'm going to call up Director Bunting for his area.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I have a couple new employees to announce tonight. First, Paul Fuentes has been hired as an Associate Engineering Technician in our Capital Improvements Division. Paul comes to us from Central Sanitation District, where he served as an engineering assistant for 16 years and before that worked with the City of Pittsburgh. Prior to his service in the public sector, Paul served in our military for nearly a decade and served in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Paul currently lives in Brentwood with his wife and family. He is a proud father of 4 children and a grandfather to a granddaughter who enjoys spending time with his family. Help me welcome Paul to the team.
Mayor, City Council, just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm very happy to serve the City of Antioch. Thank you.
All right, welcome, Paul. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce Stephen Carter. Stephen joins our Facilities Division as a facility maintenance worker. Stephen previously worked at Blue Apron in Richmond, where he was a maintenance technician for 7 years. He's a graduate of Freedom High School. He's a graduate of Freedom High School and brings valuable hands-on experience in facility maintenance to the city. Currently residing in Oakley, Stephen enjoys spending his free time outdoors. His hobbies include hunting, fishing, playing video games, and enjoying nature. Welcome, Stephen.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for this opportunity, and I look forward to serving this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next up, we have Director Storer to introduce his staff.
Good evening again, Council, Mayor and Council. To my right is Brittany, and she's joining us in our code enforcement area. She born and raised in Sacramento and worked there in code enforcement. But strangely, she comes to us from Hawaii, and one has to question the sanity of that. But let me tell you something, though. She likes to swim with fish, manta rays, and sharks. So she's perfectly suited for the job here in Antioch. But she knew what a great place this is to work, and that's why she chose to come to work for Antioch. So we welcome her. She's working with us in code enforcement, as I said, and Sequoia Taylor is being her trainer for now, and we look forward to success with Brittany.
Thank you. I'm honored to have this opportunity to work with the City of Antioch, and I really do look forward to working with Officer Taylor with the homeless and making an improvement here. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Brittany. All right, that's excellent. Thank you for all our new employees that have chosen the City of Antioch. We appreciate it. Announcements of civic and community events. Do we have any public comments for this item?
Yes, we have two speakers. We have Michelle Kuslitz and Amadeus Castillo. And Andrew Becker is joining.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and community. Antioch Friends of Animal Services would like to remind the public that our local shelter, Antioch Animal Services, is participating in Clear the Shelters through the remainder of the month of August. All pet adoption fees are waived thanks to Clear the Shelters in partnership with NBC Universal and Hill's Pet Nutrition. The waived adoption fee includes spay and neuter, microchip, and age-appropriate vaccinations. If you're an Antioch resident and adopt a dog, you will be required to purchase a one-year dog license for a fee of $25. Beginning Tuesday, September 2nd through the end of September, Antioch Friends of Animal Services will be sponsoring adoption fees through our Donate to Adopt adoption special. Adopters will have the opportunity to choose their adoption fee and donate accordingly. No minimum, no maximum. You as the adopter will choose your fee. Once again, the fee will include spay and neuter, microchip, and age-appropriate vaccinations. And the same rules apply for any dog adopted by an Antioch resident. You must purchase your one-year dog license. Antioch Animal Services has a varied selection of dogs, puppies, cats, and kittens available for adoption. The animals are assessed, vetted, and well socialized thanks to the dedicated staff, the volunteers, and I'd also like to mention the interns through the SOAR program. And I have to say, those young adults work their behinds off, and I've watched them work as a volunteer while I've been in there, and I'm very impressed with a lot of them. So thank you. I think that's a great program, and thank you to whoever included animal services in that, from our organization to the city. Thank you. We encourage the community to consider adopting in Antioch by visiting Antioch Animal Services at 300 L Street, adjacent to Antioch PD. The hours of operation are Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. There are off-site adoptions held at Petco on Lone Tree Way most Saturdays from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. All available pets can be viewed online at 24petconnect.com/Antioch Adoptable Pets. To learn more about the animals available, including photos, bios, fun interactions, and videos, along with local animal services resources and information, including wildlife issues, we highly encourage you to follow both Antioch Animal Services and Antioch Friends of Animal Services on their social media pages. We put out a lot of information. Even if you cannot adopt, you can make a difference for our furry, scaled, and feathered friends by sharing to bring more exposure or by considering volunteerism. Antioch Animal Services has a wonderful volunteer program. Orientations are held twice monthly, with the next orientations being held on Wednesday, September 10th at 7 p.m. and Saturday, September 13th at 9 a.m. Please visit Antioch Animal Services on the city website. Can I mention real quick about Joy Bounds Free Community? I thought I was getting to do events, not just public comments.
Is that? Yes.
Oh, for events, it's 3 minutes?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. I wanted to mention the free vaccination and microchip clinic at the shelter.
All right. Well, maybe someone else could do that for you.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah, I'll have another member.
All right. Thank you.
Andrew Beckard, followed by Nicole.
Thank you. Speaking tonight for J.R. Wilson with Delta Veterans Group. He was smart enough to send me a prepared statement. So he knows I can be a bit long-winded. Stand Down on the Delta 2020-25 is September 12th to 15th at the Contra Costa County Fairgrounds. This event is a 4-day event that brings much needed services to our veterans here in the whole Bay Area. And on Saturday, September 13th, during their Community Day services, are open to the general public. This means even if you have never served in the military, you will get service. This is part of our Veterans Serve Their Community, or Serve Their Country, and Veterans Serve Their Communities program. We give our veterans a new mission of service. You can be a part of this as a participant, volunteer, or a service provider by going to www.deltaveteransgroup.org today to register. And he also wanted me to mention to all of the council members that Saturday, September 13th, when they have it open to the community, is a phenomenal time to come down to visit. And their website is a great place to sign up to volunteer. They're looking for volunteers for an hour or two if you have time. Thank you.
After Nicole, we'll have Devin. Following Devin is Catherine.
Okay, so yes, I have a few. I thought they said Gavin. I was just gonna say this because he sent me this. So NAACP is having a general membership meeting Thursday, August 28th, 7 p.m. at Delta Bay Community Church, 1020 East Tregallis Road in Antioch. There is also, the city invited me to Homeless 101 Community Awareness Session, Saturday, September 13th as well at 11 a.m. This would be a great opportunity. Me as an advocate coming here, it's, you know, I'm not naive to know that the business owners and community members have been affected by homelessness. So this would be a great opportunity for people that have their concerns to try to come together along with advocates. I know that I will be inviting some unhoused folks to this event so we can try to figure out what to do as a community, you know, all together. Yeah, so if you can, please come. I will also be sharing this on many of my platforms. If you can do that, that'd be great. And then lastly, something fun. Oh yeah, the Boots on the Bay event, September 6th, 2025, 6 to 8, 1 I Street. They just had a ribbon cutting. It's a new business. We want to support our local businesses. And they are having line dancing, food, wine, games, and things like that downtown September 6th. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Wearing my third vice president hat tonight to invite you all to the NAACP Youth Gala. The Champions for Youth, it's their third annual ceremony. It's going to be, again, September 13th, and the doors open at 6. If anyone would like tickets, they are $100 per person. Just let me know. I've been to the last two, and they've been amazing. So there's some honorees, great food, and a great event. Thank you.
After Catherine?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your time.
No, I did not. So it's going to be in Concord at the Century Concord, 5298 Clayton Road, September 13th at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Next we'll have Catherine, and after Catherine will be Shahad Wright. Oh, sorry. We'll have Chief Vigil.
just finishing the Friends of Animal Services thought, we'd also like to remind the public as well that Joybound people and pets will be having their free pet vaccinations and microchip clinic at Antioch Animal Services on Saturday, September 13th at 8 a.m. This generous service is open to any resident of Contra Costa County and is provided on a first-come, first-served basis. Dogs can receive a DHPP vaccine, and cats can receive a FVRCP vaccine, and each are eligible for rabies vaccines and pet microchips. They also will have free pet food and provide resources for spay and neuter. For more information or additional upcoming free community clinics, please visit www.joybound.org under their Community Solutions tab. Thank you.
Amadeus Castillo.
Good evening, Mayor Bernal, City Council, and City of Antioch. My name is Amadeus Castillo. I'm part of the Antioch Council of Teens, which is ACT, and we meet every second and fourth Wednesday of every month from 4 to 6 p.m. at the Antioch Community Center. And this upcoming month, there are a few events that I would like to share with everyone. On September 11th, Youth Services Network will host our Teens Skate Night at Paradise Skate from 4:40 p.m. to 7:45. It is for Antioch youth ages 12 to 18. It is a free event and only requires prior registration. Our second event is on September 25th. It is a job fair for youth ages 16 to 26 and will be held at Bidwell High School. It will be a great place to find future jobs and build connections. Lastly, please join us in the Homelessness 101 event on September 13th at 11 a.m. at Antioch Library. It is a community awareness session, and all are welcome to join. We hope to see you at our upcoming events. For more information, you can call 925-779-7082 or email youth@antiochca.gov. Thank you.
All right, good evening, council. Just to make it quick, we're having our 6th annual Big Truck Day. It's a great day to come out and sit in the big truck for all our community members, young and aging. If you are looking for employment, it's also a good way to talk to the people that drive these trucks around, as they sometimes are looking for new staff members. That is going to be September 18th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. in the parking lot of the Antioch Community Center. The second event that we have is the Coastal Cleanup Day. That's going to be Saturday, September 20th from 9 a.m. to 12. This is going to be a great event located here at the Antioch Marina and the Antioch Water Park. We are registered with the rest of the county to do as much cleanup for our creeks, deltas, and trails. We weigh it. It's a big competition. It's really fun, where we actually have a competition where you find the weirdest thing, piece of trash, and you kind of win a prize. So please come out. Again, that is September 20th from 9 to 12. Thank you.
Good evening. I just wanted to announce Police Activity League's 15th annual golf tournament, Friday, September 19th. All the proceeds go to PAL, which in turn go to youth sports in the city of Antioch. So if anyone is interested in playing, donating, or running a hole sponsor, I'm standing in the back with flyers, and you can also go through all their social medias to sign up. Thank you.
All right, any other?
There are no other speakers this
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to City Council Committee reports and communications. I will start on my left with Councilmember Freitas.
Mr. Mayor, Council Member Tamisha Torres Walker and I serve on the Cannabis Committee, and we've had several meetings this year. The last one was on August 20th. And so there's a lot of work for us to do on this particular committee, and we very much appreciate the city attorney who will be reviewing the existing ordinance. We've provided a lot of input with regards to things that we think should be included or excluded, as well as making sure that the ordinance complies with all federal and state and local laws. So we will be back, hopefully in the foreseeable future, with a revised ordinance for consideration and for passage. And the other part of that is the social equity portion, and I believe that we probably will have some changes to the social equity procedure, how it is done, how it is accounted for. And so there's lots of activities and work that is associated with this particular committee, and you'll begin to see that hopefully in the next 2 or 3 months.
All right, thank you.
Other is, Mayor Pro Tem and I, we serve on Tri-Delta. The meeting is tomorrow, so we don't have a report for you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Torres Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I sit on cannabis, so thank you so much for giving that report out. Also on the City School Standing Committee, which we met about, was it a week ago? Yeah. It feel like a month ago, but it was a week ago. To continue our review, our synthesized notes from the model that we want to present to the community around whole community, whole child. We got to review all of our notes. This, Brad Heffenberger, I hate that I don't say that
Helfenberger.
right. Helfenberger, Assistant City Manager Heffenberger was there. The superintendent, the new superintendent of schools was there, and school staff, and Jose Cardone, who is in here, but also showed up to that meeting, which I was super excited about because I keep encouraging the community to come to these standing committee meetings because they are public meetings. And what came out of that meeting is that we are moving forward, gonna be moving forward with a community survey to get input from the public on how to roll out our community engagement process. That should be coming pretty soon with support to roll out from the city, as well as rolling the survey out through city, city and school district and hopefully council members to be able to find out what is the best time and place and space that community want to meet to talk about community school models, the whole child, whole community idea, and how they would like us to continue to move forward with our agenda as a standing committee, which was super nice. And we did have a discussion around this district meeting, all the board trustees from the district and also the city council coming together and potentially meeting. We are still discussing that and have not come to an agreement yet on when that might happen. But we plan to get back to you all when we determine a timeline and a date that best suits us, as we are currently in an effort to gather information from the community related to our current agenda. And I think that is it. And I just want to say to Chief V. Hill and City Manager Scott that the meeting with the Public Safety Partnership to get a wrap up on the process with the police department was a very encouraging meeting. I left that meeting very inspired about the direction that the police department is going in and some of the recommendations to continue to improve constitutional community policing here in the city of Antioch. I don't know whether to call you Vice Chair Williams. I don't know, but one of our members from the Police Oversight Commission were there, and community members and other law enforcement partners. And it was very clear that we wanted to affirm that we know that there have been challenges and that there has been harm, and that we can be inspired by the fact that we are moving forward as a city related to policing services. And so I just, again, want to thank the chief, city manager, everybody in the police department that is making an effort to rebuild so that we can have a constitutional community policing model that we can all be proud of. in the city of Antioch. And I'm sure that report will be coming out soon. And we also talked about what are the potential for next steps to engage community in a broader conversations moving forward with the police department around policing and public safety. And so I'm excited about seeing that roll out, as well as the potential community survey that will also be hitting the streets to get input from the community, from the police department. I'm inspired to see what that might look like. And I also want to encourage all of our residents to not shy away from taking surveys that are coming out of the police department, because I do believe that they do, or we do, really want to hear your voice about what you want to see in this city. So that was inspirational. And that's it.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
No report for me.
All
It was
right.
covered by my colleagues over here.
All right, I didn't have anything, but do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have one speaker, Andrew Becker.
So I appreciate Councilmember Torres Walker's comments. My frustration is that where are they directed? Are they directed at the community, or does city staff pick up on this and then also work towards that direction? Because at the same time we hear we want the community to show up, we have these standing committee meetings so that the community shows up. This same AUSD City Council Standing Committee meeting that you talked about was noticed by the school district, but not by the city of Antioch. You did not notice it on your website. You did not post an agenda. You did not notice it here at City Hall. Now, as your interim city attorney knows, it's a little bit of a gray area when you talk about joint meetings, because it really falls to the structure and who hosts that meeting. And so AUSD did post an agenda, and they did notice that meeting 72 hours prior to it on their website. But then the city of Antioch posted and noticed a meeting back in June that was held at AUSD's facility. So which standard is it? Are you posting notices or are you not? And the reason that's very important for those of you that don't know is because for all of us that do want to attend these sessions or these publicly noticed meetings, we sign up on your city website to get that notice. But because your city never noticed it, we never received notice of that meeting and did not get the chance to attend. And then going to the CDBG Standing Committee meeting, you've established that this is a standing committee that is not going to go away. It is in fact a vessel that will direct dollars that come in through those programs, tax dollars, and make recommendations to your council. So you've established it's a standing committee that's going to meet regularly, but after multiple comments from me, you still continue to notice that meeting in a special meeting format, which means we don't get 72 hours notice to show up, we get 24 hours notice. And the difference between us all and you all is that city staff is texting you or emailing you saying, what days work for you? When can we work with your schedule to meet? And then us as a community have to jump when you drop the hat. So at least let the hat fall a little slower so we can try to catch it. That's my time.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
There are no other speakers.
All right, thank you. Next item is mayor's comments. Are there any public comments on that? Mayor's comments?
We have no comments on.
It could be before or after. I mean, it could.
What would we comment on if you have a comment? I'm just asking. If you haven't made a comment, what would the public comment on?
So we'll go ahead and, yes, sir.
Oh, sorry about
Yes. I'll go ahead and, no public comment on this one. Okay, so we have a lot of things happening here in Antioch. I was at the Bowl for Change in Walnut Creek that was raising funds for a midnight basketball program, and so it was very well attended by our city staff. We had 4 of our council members there. We had folks from the police department. We had commissioners there, and we won the bowling tournament, which was good. Yeah, it's very exciting. I think part of the reason we won is because Brad Helfenberger brought his shoes and bowling bag. He's a real bowler, and then I pretended like I was talking to somebody so I didn't have to bowl, so that's how we ended up winning. But while I was there, I was talking to a reserve police officer from Walnut Creek, and it was interesting hearing some of the pros and cons from the perspective of someone that's on the other side of the hill about Antioch. And so, of course, I heard some negative things, but also heard some positive things, which was good. But as I was thinking about Antioch after talking to him and the work that we're doing, I had a couple of opportunities to go to 2 events I just want to talk about quickly. One of them was the 100th birthday party for Merle Wilson. It was held down at the Senior Center last week. And so Merle is an amazing individual that's a big part of our community. He's down at the Senior Center, I think, almost every day. And it just reminded me of the community that we have down there and how important that is for not just me as the mayor, but all of us as community members to pop in there and say hi to folks and interact with them, because it's a beautiful place, amazing staff that's just dedicated. They dance, they sing, they hold parties, they get mad at each other. It's like almost like a city council meeting. And so that was really a really positive and uplifting event to do that with Merle. And then I was also called kind of last minute for a young man named Julian Bridges, who is actually a professional boxer from here in Antioch. And I was asked, he's getting ready to head, or he actually headed down to Las Vegas last week. He's going to be fighting some professional fights out of Las Vegas. And I was asked to stop by the gym he works out at, which is Team Salguera. They're over there in the Cielo Market area. And so it was really encouraging. He's 24 years old. He's lived here all his life. He's there with his family, his mom, his siblings. And just to see this young man's dedication to the sport, he wants to put the City of Antioch logo on his shorts and represent Antioch down in Las Vegas as he's professionally boxing. And it just made me realize that in spite of all the things that we may hear about Antioch that may not be positive, there are many Julian Bridges out there in the community that are doing amazing things and representing our community. And it just made me really proud to be able to meet him, spur of the moment on his way down, and got to pray with him and just got to encourage him to go out there and do his best and be himself and represent us well. So I just want to let you all know that, again, it's always my privilege to be mayor of Antioch, and there's a lot of just great spur of the moment opportunities like meeting Julian that really make this job worthwhile. Thank you. All right, moving on to presentations. Item number 3, our first presentation is from the California Association for Local Economic Development Award of Merit, presented to the City of Antioch Economic Development Department for the Antioch Business Collaborative. Receiving this are going to be our Economic Development Manager, Brett Sweet, our Economic Recovery Fellow, Gabby Seltzer, and then the City Council will come down and receive this as well. So please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Laura Cole-Rowe. I am the Membership and Rural Exchange Coordinator for the California Association for Local Economic Development, better known as CalEd. We are a nonprofit with over 1,050 members that was established in 1980, and we are the largest economic development association in California. Tonight I'm going to be presenting an award of merit to the City of Antioch for the program Antioch Business Collaborative, which was entered in our category of economic development programs and promotions. Your program was quite impressive in support of small businesses that were disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. We were quite impressed with what you did with the ARPA money that you received. The tools used for this program, RFP project, a hub and spoke model, CRM software, project management, and marketing, served 115 businesses and helped to start 19 businesses. Participating businesses reported 289 jobs total, 61% were full-time jobs. They also reported a 385,000 increase in sales, 66 new customers, 2 new contracts, and 5,200 in debt paid off since enrolling the program. And that is quite successful. Of the businesses that were served, 70% were women-owned, 56% were Black-owned, 26% were Hispanic or Latinx-owned, and 7% were veteran-owned. Providers of this program conducted 555 consultation sessions and 541 training sessions. So this is very impressive for a small community. So it's my honor to present this.
All right, thank you very much. No, we're going to go on down there and receive.
Thank you again for this opportunity. It's just proof of how wonderful and great Antioch is when given a chance. So thank you again, Laura, for coming down.
Yes. All right, thank you. Are there, before we run down there to receive this, are there any public comments on this item? This presentation? All right, thank you. We'll come on down.
I'm going to give you more PR.
You got it. I'm gonna go. Back up a little bit towards the day so I can get there. Yeah, thank you. No, you're good. All right, I have 2 phones, so here's the first one. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you. I haven't taken. You'll get it. Here you go.
Thank you so much for doing that.
All right, so let's go ahead and keep the positivity going. Our second presentation is from Townsend Public Affairs. It's going to be a summary of efforts on behalf of the City of Antioch, presented by Nicolo DeLuca, the Vice President of Townsend Public Affairs. Welcome, Nicolo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Madam City Manager. My name is Nicolo DeLuca. I'm a Vice President at Townsend Public Affairs. Very grateful for the city's support and also grateful to be here tonight. I want to respect your time. I know you've had a lot of discussion so far, and you probably have more coming. So I'll be as brief as I can. We put together a memo that's in your council reports, about 6 pages of some of the work we've been doing with the city of Antioch. So I was going to do a quick overview, talk about what we've been doing, then I'm happy to answer any and all questions about what's happening in DC and in Sacramento. So first of all, we're Townsend Public Affairs. We do your city's state advocacy. I work in Sacramento. Your federal advocacy. We have a team in DC, and we have a grants team that works with the city administration on identifying specific grants to go after. We've been doing this for about 28 years, firm-wide. We started working with you all in February, and we only work with municipalities and nonprofits. We like to say communities that are working for better change. What we've been doing specifically for the city, so we hit the ground running in February, and we took the lead working with the city administration on drafting and submitting some federal earmarks, community project funding, but I'm kind of old school. I like to call them earmarks because earmarks are good. And so in addition to that work, and so we took the lead drafting and submitting, and then also in May, we put together a comprehensive trip to DC with the city manager, with the mayor pro tem, council member Wilson, and the police department. And it was really to help get the message out of who Antioch is, what we're working on, and what our vision is. Very well received. We met with our Congress member. We met with the offices of our 2 senators. Oh lordy, we met with Department of Justice staff, DOT staff, HUD staff, and we've got a lot of follow-up that we're continuing to drive. Our grants team, they've submitted 2 grants and they're pending, so we should soon hear what the outcome is. And then we're just really getting involved in state advocacy. So Honorable Mayor, really appreciate your time last week with the Zoom that we did with the Parks and Rec Department because they've got a big funding opportunity coming. So that's it in a nutshell. You all have been great to work with, really communicative, which I greatly appreciate. Fun too. Keep us on our toes, hardworking, so we're grateful for that. We will be planning another trip to Sacramento. We'll be planning a few more trips to DC. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have. Happy to talk about any bills too. You mentioned Tri-Delta. They're mentioned in SB 63 as a recipient of funding. So anything you all want to talk about, happy to, and grateful for the time and the opportunity. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions from council? No? Anything that you can just maybe highlight, 1 or 2 things that are most likely successes for the city that you can see with everything going on in Washington and in the state?
Absolutely. So I think what I really liked about when we went to DC, we were very focused. And we were focused on public safety asks, primarily on the technology side, but also capital improvements on West Antioch Creek and East Antioch Creek. We really like to, when we present funding requests, we like to do a menu. We also like to kind of do the meat and potatoes because that's what legislators like to fund. Unfortunately, none of our requests are moving forward this year. Congressmember DeSaulnier was great, but he had requests from years past that he had to honor. And unfortunately, our 2 senators are in the minority, and I think it was 1.5% of their requests moved forward. But we're making a good impression. I'm optimistic of funding opportunities coming from the feds at the beginning of the year if we continue to keep the same focus of technology and capital improvements. On the state side, there's a lot going on. The redistricting took a lot of the air out of the room, but there's still a lot of upcoming opportunities for cap and trade. Like I mentioned, SB 63, which could be a measure coming to the voters on transportation, Prop 4, the climate bond, and then what we talked about, the parks funding too. So, and then also, I mean, we've got great members. You have a new assemblywoman, you've got a senator who wants to be helpful, and I really feel that the recipe for success, the more we're there talking to them and sharing the positive news about what's happening in Antioch and keeping our requests really focused and clear, that's traditionally the recipe for success.
And apart from council members and staff going to Washington, D.C. and going to Sacramento, what else can we do locally that would be effective in helping to get our messaging out?
Great question. I think continue doing what you're doing, whether I was just talking to the chief about Congressmember DeSaulnier being here, showing them what the city's working on, showing them, hey, this is part of our downtown, this is what we want to build up. And then something else that we like to do, and we'll take the lead, supporting their legislation. Everyone loves it when you get a letter from your city and your district supporting a piece of legislation or pieces of legislation that you're working on. That's more prominent in Sacramento, not as prominent in DC. But I think for all of you, when you see any of the electeds, continue to talk about how the city's moving forward, continue to talk about how you want to provide services to the constituents, and just as we all stay in touch, because we see them in Sacramento and DC, you all see them here. So the more, and we've got great communication, we talk every other Friday, the more we're sharing the information, the better. I love dropping into those offices and be like, hey, Senator Grayson, I know you saw the mayor the other day, just following up on that discussion. So as long as we keep sharing the information, we keep our asks very focused and simple in a good way, then I think that looks good.
And you mentioned your 28 years of since being in business. How about yourself personally? It's great having the vice president directly representing us, because I know you were in the meeting we did with Parks and Rec. How long have you been doing this?
Great question. Thanks for asking. 17 years. So I'm older than I look. I like to make that joke. Before that, I worked at Oakland City Hall for about 11 years. And my last job there was as a deputy city administrator. Had the honor to work under 3 mayors. Had to work for Mayor Jerry Brown when he was the mayor, and I've got some great stories we can talk about afterwards. And so I come from a local government background. Most of us in our firm either worked in the legislature or worked in local government. We firmly believe, and I firmly believe, this is really where the rubber hits the road and you can make real change. So 17th year here at the firm, strong background on local government, and really grateful to be working with you all. I'm an Oakland boy, born and raised, and so, but Contra Costa County is really good too. So really grateful for have all of you have been supportive of our efforts, so thank you.
Right. Thank you, Nicola. I appreciate that. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I almost called you Mr. President. Mr. Mayor, some of us have been around a very long time. I knew Townsend when he began the firm.
Right on. Very
so
nice.
some of us are old, but I do want to underscore one thing, and this is the 16 years that I served in the Contra Costa Water District. It is critically important to have annual or biannual meetings to Washington, D.C. I know the public perceives this as, oh, they're just doing a junket. It's more than that. It's building the relationships, and not only with the elected, but also with the appointed and their staff. And frankly, many times it's the staff who will help us, in carrying, a project forward. As you all were aware, we did the $450 million Los Vaqueros Reservoir. We're a federal contractee, and so we needed, relationships. And so oftentimes, I would go to the Secretary of Interior's office, and, it's very, very interesting. But you have to be in it for the long haul, and that means truly building those relationships, staying in contact, not only with the elected and appointed, but the staff. The staff members are really what can help you or defeat you. And so I know sometimes the public is very critical about that, but the long-term perspective is it's very successful. I mean, CCWD has been successful in so many ways because of those relationships. So I just want to underscore it's very important to have these consultants with us in DC, well, Sacramento, and frankly, in the Bay Area.
Thank you. Councilmember Torres Walker.
Thank you for saying that, Councilmember Freitas. Most community members don't want to see you in DC. They want to see you in your community. And so, like, some people don't understand what the importance is of going to DC when we have challenges that you should be handling here in your own community. I do have a question. So you mentioned DC, traveling to DC, doing some advocacy there to pull down resources. I'm really questioning the viability to be able to do that at this time under 40, right? Under the new
administration.
45, 47. And the reason why I'm saying that is because most recently our CDBG fund application was rejected based on language. If you use marginalized, that could ding your application at the national level right now. If you even mention Black people, that could ding your application for resources. If you mention equity at all, or diversity at all, or inclusion, right? If you attempt to go to that level to get resources for our most significantly vulnerable community members, and I can only speak to Antioch, given that that application was turned around and said you got to strike all of this language that actually means something to the people who need to be served in our community, what is the viability of your efforts at that level related to Antioch and who we need to serve when it comes to funding?
Absolutely, if I may, through the mayor. Councilwoman, great question. Couple of points. One is, yes, there's definitely a lot of talk out of the White House about this to California, that to California. Something to keep in mind, though, are the community project funding requests, which we call the earmarks. All legislators get them, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. We've been working on those. We expect these to happen. And so you get asks from your Congress member and from your senators. Whether you're a D or an R, you like those, and all the feedback we're getting are those are here to stay. So that's one opportunity. Another thing to highlight is right around January 20th or so, we got our hands on a list from federal agencies of words not to use in federal applications, so you don't get flags such as that. So I know that there's a lot of talk about what the president wants to do to California, but at the same time, we have 2 senators and many, many Congress members that want to push some really good projects. On the other hand, we're also there on the ground to help make sure everything that we know we share with you all right away. The other part about when we went out to DC in May, and it cracks me up when, and I've heard this throughout my career, like, oh, it's a junket trip. I mean, we didn't get any sleep. We were hitting from the early morning to late at night with those meetings going. From one of those meetings with HUD, one of the commitment was we're gonna get our local rep to come to Antioch and to walk the city with the city leadership. And that's something that we're working on now. So I definitely understand, and beginning of the year, we as a firm, we were anxious. But we've been around for Democratic presidents, we've been around for Republican presidents. Granted, where we are now is uncharted territory, but we're always optimistic. We firmly believe the trips to DC, like the council member said, to always check in, highlight what we're working on, and just because the administration is saying one thing, we also have other opportunities through our electeds. There's also federal grants. I mean, we submitted a COP application working with you all for a handful of officers. There has been awards to California, whether for transit or public safety. So there is a lot of talk and there is a lot of noise. I think we're either desensitized or just professionally always optimistic that we ignore that and just try to pound forward.
So that's at the state level and the national level. What kind of advocacy to pull down local county funds that are available have y'all looked into for the city of Antioch? So right now we know that each supervisor for their supervisorial districts have an impact fund, $1 million, right? Is that open to cities? Can we, in the city of Antioch, say we have a high need? Are you aware of that? Like, so how does it relate to the monies at the county level that's a lot closer to us, should be a lot more accessible to us? How do you work on helping the city develop relationships with those stakeholders to pull funds down from the county to the city of Antioch?
Great question. We haven't dove into county level funding quite yet. We're pretty much focused on federal and state. Happy to work with the city manager on any county strategy. We'd also rely on you all for your relationships with your county supervisors. But that isn't something we've worked on yet. But again, we've just started the relationship. So happy to huddle, figure out what's kind of the best opportunity for that. We have, for some of the other cities we worked with, we have accessed county funds, primarily transportation funds. And that a lot of what we do is kind of the nuts and bolts of your applications. And then working on an application and submitting it's one part. The second part is in the actual advocacy. Do you make phone calls? Do you do letters of support? Do you help kind of coordinate a regional effort? So many different tricks to help get funding. But to answer your question specifically on the county side, happy to work with the city manager to come up with a strategy on that.
Lastly, just to mention regional efforts, I think it is, it feels like Antioch has been an island unto itself in a bubble for so long, for so many years, until people found out where Antioch was when we hit the national news with the challenges with the police department. You mentioned changing the narrative, being able to talk about how we're moving forward is also a great point, so that we can say that we're committed to moving forward to be able to pull down resources. Thank you for mentioning that for sure.
We always prefer to address any issues head on. And I mentioned we were doing a Zoom last week with Parks and Rec. And I was speaking with Councilmember Wilson about just some of what they talk about it. I mean, a couple days before, I was in the Capitol and Senator Grayson's chief of staff flagged me. And he's like, hey, we really want to meet with the city, but we've got this redistricting vote, which was pretty intense. I can't get into detail about how crazy last week was at the legislature. He's like, but let's reschedule, let's really
we
talk.
were all watching.
Oh, yeah, and then being there was just, anyway. And he's like, what do you guys want to talk about? I was like, we want to talk about the vision, kind of where we're going, where we're moving. And he's like, great. And he was a Sacramento guy. And he's like, yeah, because all I know is what I read from a couple years ago. And I'm like, and that's why we want to be here, because just like the council member said, it's a lot about the staff too. And it's changing that narrative and changing what they've heard about.
Being able to secure regional resources to also meet some of the needs as we talk about homelessness and other important resources that Antioch need. I'm sure our neighbors have needs as well. So any updates on any regional efforts would be nice as y'all move forward.
Sounds good.
Mr. Mayor. From the discussion, Mayor Pro Tem Rocha and I had a discussion with County Supervisor Burgess, and she was asking if they have leftover ARPA money.
Oh, sweet.
And I know the deadline is very soon, and so, or if hopefully it has not passed. But she was asking us, and basically the city of Antioch, what would be a request from the city of Antioch for ARPA money. And of course, we're in 2 county supervisors' jurisdiction, and so I would strongly suggest, you know, that there is a reach out to both of our county supervisors with the discussion about how to spend their ARPA money here locally. The other, looking at the redistricting, and we certainly, I guess, will know in November what is going to happen. And City of Antioch finds itself, if this is approved, not in Congressman DeSagne, not in Congressman Garamendi, but what is it, Josh Harder. Josh Harder. I don't know what we have in common with the rest of that district, but you know, I hope that if the voters of the state of California approve it, that we immediately have a plan of action with regards to our congressman as of the beginning of the new year. So I'm wanting to be more proactive versus reactive, because those relationships, they're still important with Garamendi and DeSagne, but we're going to be represented by somebody who has probably never been to Antioch.
And I only laugh because when I saw that, I was like, huh, that's a stretch. The good news is, if you all don't, we already do. We work with cities in the valley where Congressmember Harder is a representative. And so one of our federal team members, Ben Goldine, knows that office well, which is another kind of testament about being around long enough where a lot of these offices, and they also would look to us. We're like, great, you all have an advocate. What's Antioch's top needs? How quickly can I get to the district? How quickly can they come out here? So definitely already thinking about those things.
I was just going to comment that to Council Member Torres Walker's comments about locally. I think that's why it's important that, you know, we belong to all these various committees, and with the committees that we belong to, the standing committees, whether it's CCTA, Contra Costa Transit Authority, or whether it's Tri-Delta Transit, and even events like League of Cities puts on from time to time, and where the 19 cities come together. Even the Bowling for Change was a fundraising event for midnight basketball, to show our support. But Senator Grayson was there.
Nice.
You know, there was leaders there. You know, County Supervisor Scales Preston was there. So I think that's why it's important that we get out and network with our local cities. You know, I can't tell you how many times I've gone places and people say to me, it's nice to see Antioch at the table, because for whatever reason, we weren't really good at networking previously, it appears to me. At least that's the response I get. So that's why I try to get out to as many things as I can when it comes to working with other city leaders, county, et cetera, and hopefully the state and other things that we do. But even in just social activities, fundraising events, that's when you get a chance to really talk to people who are leaders in other areas. And then they start to recognize you when you go places, and they ask how things are going. And I think the mayor's conference was really well done in Antioch, and we had representatives there that are all the people we're talking about. And I think people walked away from that feeling about, well, some good things are happening here in Antioch and this downtown area. So anyway, I think networking is a very important strategy, and we need to continue to do that.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we have one speaker, Andrew Becker.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuca.
Thank you. So a couple of quick questions for the presenter. In that memorandum, is that programs that are identified for the city of Antioch or programs that are available overall? Within that memorandum, there were programs that were specifically highlighted. The Environmental Enhancement Mitigation Grant Program and the PLHA non-entitled open application to the state. And so I'm wondering why those recommendations were made to the city of Antioch, specifically the PLHA program, when Antioch is an entitled community. Why would you recommend a funding source for the city of Antioch that is not available to them? And that's not to speak to this organization, I'm just curious behind the methodology. Is this a general memorandum that goes out to all of the communities that you work with? Is that left for us to interpret whether we are entitled or non-entitled and should seek that funding source for the Environmental Enhancement and Mitigation Program, which is extensive and speaks to a transportation project outside of the city of Antioch's lead agency? What is the recommendation for that program and what is the project behind it? Once again, what is the methodology and what is the time being spent by the organization towards these programs for the city of Antioch? Because I'm hearing on one hand that you're lobbying legislatively and creating these relationships, but then on the other hand, I'm hearing that you're supporting the city and local grant applications to the state. And so why recommend these grants that fall outside of our purview right now? Or in this particular one grant program, it was not available to us at all. And then speaking to opportunities that do present, I'm happy to hear about opportunities like cap and trade programs, like the Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities program, and happy to hear about Tri-Delta Transit. My concern is I'm working with the developer right now in the Summersville corridor that's in an opportunity zone, a federal justice top 40 zone, a Cal Enviro 4.0 zone, a low VMT zone, and already has site control through acquisition. But I'm hearing crickets when I'm talking to the city of Antioch about an AHSC opportunity round 10, which you know opens up in February, and those GHG VMT calculations are gonna have to be done after I get an entitlement set, and so those conversations probably should have happened in January. So if we're looking at a round 10 or a round 11, when does it go beyond this podium? And when do consultants like myself get to sit down with the city of Antioch and their consultants and developers to actually look at these programs? Thank you, that's my time.
All right, any other public comment?
There are no other speakers.
All right, anything else from council, staff? Yes?
No, I just wanted to thank Townsend and Niccolo for being that third pair of eyes on our applications. So I just wanted to address Councilmember Torres Walker's comments about the scrubbing, the AI, all that stuff. And so we definitely make sure that Townsend has a final review. So they were critical to getting our CalVIP application in this week as well. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. DeLuca, again for your presentation. Appreciate it. All right, moving on to consent calendar. Item number 4, do we have any items to be pulled or any public comment?
Yes. Item D, item F,
All right, item D and F,
item E and J.
item E and J, okay. Any public comment on that?
No, the items have been pulled.
Okay, so we have consent calendar. Do I have a motion for approval of everything except items D, E, F, and J?
Move approval.
Have a second? We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Thank you. Motion passes 4-0 with Councilmember Wilson absent.
All right, item D, approval of council warrants.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I want to thank staff and particularly Mr. Bunting for responding to 2 questions that were raised. There was a third one, and that is found on page 4, specifically to Terry House, consultant, CDBG. Now, this is a warrant register from August 1 to August 14. And one of her billings is $134,932.50. And another one was for $9,092.50. Combined, that's $156,442.50. If her, I don't know what her hourly rate was or is, but if it was $85, that would be 1,845.21 hours. And that is equivalent to working 40 hours a week for 52 weeks. So I am curious about this, and particularly with the $100 and almost $35,000 single billing. So if staff could provide us, the documentation and respond to us, I would appreciate it.
Yes.
Thanks so much. I have this answer and was unable to send it. So why were invoices submitted at once? The consultant tracks her time daily using functional timesheets as required by HUD and other grantors. Because her work spans multiple grants with shifting projects and different rules, she reconciles and allocates her time annually or semi-annually. This ensures billing is accurate across all funding sources and that the city fully utilizes the funds that are use it or lose it. The process for reconciling her timesheets is pretty intensive. Each day, the consultant records her activities in a calendar. These are then transferred into a detailed monthly timesheet showing the distribution of hours across funding sources. At year end, she reconciles her notes and supporting emails to confirm that all grant-eligible work is captured and properly allocated. This process is required because federal rules do not permit percentage-based billing. Every hour must be tied to a documented task that is for internal controls and auditing. The billing history. For consistency and accuracy, this consultant has generally billed annually throughout her tenure. This method reduces the risk of errors that can occur when billing monthly across multiple and overlapping grants that have to be broken down by percentages. There's a clarification here on the total hours. The recent invoices totaling $156,842.50 should not be viewed as the equivalent of a full-time salary schedule. The calculation, assuming $85 an hour at an hourly rate and 1,845 hours, is not correct. Instead, these invoices reflect the distribution of her contracted compensation across several different funding sources in compliance with HUD and grant requirements. In short, the invoices represent legitimate grant-funded work that has been documented and reconciled in accordance with federal audit standards. I did review the billing packets, and they are huge. So, hope that answers your question.
Well, there, Councilmember Torres Walker also showed me, she also, from another source, billed almost 33,000. So for this one person over 1 year, we're expending almost, what, $188,000.
Yes, it is a full-time director level position, which is why we're bringing the proposal to create the Housing Services Division and to bring this position in-house as a housing manager as she's retiring in December.
Okay. Move approval. Oops.
Yeah, before we approve, we have public comment on this, please.
Thank you. Andrew Becker, please.
So what's unorthodox is the city manager giving a report back without bringing, if there was a question of this, then that consultant's contract should have been brought for review. So I'll read it. Amended 2019, August 13th. Terry House works part-time as a consultant at the Community Development Department and has managed the entirety of the Community Development Block Grant Program since 2010. Her billable is $85 an hour plus up to $40 in subcontracting fees. And what's interesting is if she's been here since 2010 and historically has been paid in these annual distributions, 2013, January 8th, 3,300, 3630. March 26th, 3120. September 10th, 6,045. October 22nd, 6,305. 2014, February 11th, 5655. March, 542750. June, 648375. August, 2015, November 25th, 989625. Then it's 2015, then it's 2016, then it's 2019, then it's 2020, then it's 23, then it's 2025, where it jumps to a single lump sum payment. So I strongly encourage that this item not be moved approval right now, and that it be brought back, because I find it very interesting that it was just announced that this consultant is leaving in December, but we are paying out almost $200,000 in August. So I would like to see those billables, public record, because this is a paid consultant that was sole sourced back in 2010 and has had 2 contract amendments in that 15 years. I would like to see the billable hours. I would like to see the historical documentation showing that she has gotten annual disbursements. I would like to see why there is such a drastic change in dollars historically since previous 21. And then I would recommend that we stop this contract immediately, not wait until December, because I'm gravely concerned about these dollars. Because these are my taxpayer dollars as a community resident. And we deserve them through HUD. And I won't bring up some of the other conversations that have happened around Terry House because it's not appropriate right now. But it does provide context. I strongly recommend you do not move this until you get proof in front of you, on paper.
Any other public comment?
There are no other speakers to this item.
All right, so we have a,
I will withdraw my motion.
all right.
I just want to say that 2010 is a long time to be a consultant with a city in a position that should have been a full-time staff position a long time ago. And I want to acknowledge that the city manager just stated that there are some strategies happening in the background moving forward to reconcile this long-standing issue. I don't know what decision we make tonight, but these are not the first time the concerns have been raised around this particular consultancy. Even when I came in 2020, Terry House said, the city needs to find somebody, the city needs to find somebody, I'm leaving. And so hopefully we do have a process. Hopefully we get an update, soon on what that would be, since she is leaving in December. This is quite a bit of money, and if you break it down, it's the salary of a full-time individual.
So-
Mr. Mayor, I raise it, Mr. Becker has added information, now frankly, I think I do want to see the background on this particular item. I'm not prepared to move forward. I mean, I thought it was just an extraordinarily large amount for a 2-week warrant. And so now that we realize it's almost $188,000, I would like to see the background.
So with that being said, is there a motion to approve the rest of the claims except for Terry House's
I already
billing?
did that, didn't I? Didn't we already do that?
No, the item is item D.
We
approval.
pulled several items off, and I moved approval of the remaining consent.
No, but this is,
the
the item.
warrant register. No, okay.
No, the item we're on is approval of council warrants. So if
Okay.
we're saying,
I think what the mayor is saying, do we want to approve all warrants except for warrant 0095240, 0095240, 0095240, which are all under Terry House as a consultant. If we pull all of those
And that other
and
one.
approve the remainder, well, we can't discuss the other one because it's on the
Okay.
E. So if we pull those three from the warrants, approve all warrants without those,
I'll move
then
a
we should-
second.
Is that,
Second.
is that your motion?
Mhm.
Second, we have a motion and a second, please cast your votes.
Was that clear, city manager, city attorney, city? Okay.
All right, item number E, approval of housing successor warrants.
This is similar. No, same issue, so, I wanna move to,
Before you do, do we have any public comment on this?
Not for this
Okay.
item, thank you.
Go ahead.
move to approve, all, warrants for, item E for consent calendar minus warrant 00952040, again, Terry House Consultant.
All right, we have a motion, of a second.
Second.
All right, motion and second, please cast your votes.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion passes 4-0 with Councilmember Wilson absent.
Consent calendar item F, installation of hawk signals at various locations. Councilmember
Mr. Mayor,
Freitas?
the only
Yes.
reason why I'm pulling this off was to compliment Lori Medeiros. It was very happy to see the fiscal impact and the detail that was written. We've discussed this in the past, and also, frankly, Jason Bonilla on a different item. But I want to thank you, Mr. Bunting, for having detailed fiscal impact, and we've raised this issue, and I hope it will be followed by all city staff in the future. So I have no problem with the item, but I know I couldn't talk about it until I pulled it off. If there's no other questions, I would move approval.
We have any public comment on this item?
We have
All
no
right,
public comment.
we have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
All right, please cast your votes.
Thank you. Motion passes 4-0 with Councilmember Wilson absent.
Item J, resolution approving the consulting services agreement between the City of Antioch and Quality Sound in an amount not to exceed $249,250 to replace the Antioch Water Park public address system and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the consultant services agreement. Yeah, public comment?
We do have one speaker to this item, Andrew Becker.
Thank you. So I know I raised a couple of concerns when you were going through your budget process and we're looking at capital projects at the water park. And my question is, I guess for clarity, I don't remember the audio system ever being talked about within that capital project plan for $250,000. And so unless I was mistaken, and I think I looked back at a couple of meetings, but I know there were a few where it was discussed. When was that item put into the capital projects plan? Was it discussed? Because it says that dollars are budgeted out of the 25-26 CIP for the Pruitt Park, but the Pruitt Park had a transfer in of $200,000 from the general fund. So after that $249,000, you would be left with something like $150,000 in your Pruitt Park CIP, I believe, off of your budget report online on the city's website. And so unless that was an item that was mentioned in that CIP, which I really don't remember it being mentioned in that CIP. I know there was talk about pools and paint and fences and the slides, but I do not remember anybody talking about the audio equipment, and I don't even remember anybody talking about the audio equipment having failed and not working right now. So I think what I'm driving at is, historically, my comments around the water park, just to be transparent, is this thing is sucking a lot of money out of the city. And it seems like every year there's a new CIP project. And this is $250,000. And when you look at that CIP fund and show $200,000 was transferred in from your general fund, and we talked about the general fund deficits, does that mean that we just transferred in $200,000 to fix audio equipment at the water park? And then what about the $300,000 that's supposed to go out for the slide analysis? And then the dollars to fix that. So I guess plainly speaking, what is really the true state of the water park financially? What dollars are gonna need to go into it in the next 5-year plan? Everybody's talked about, we want a full CIP plan for this water park. It never seems to come back. There never seems to be one meeting where all we talk about is every single thing at that water park and how much it costs and what is the state of it. But at the same time, we don't have that conversation about the water park. We keep getting hit with items that cost $250,000 plus. So I'm hoping that the conversation about the true state of the water park and its equipment comes to light and what the true 5-year capital plan is.
Any other public comment on this?
There are no other speakers to this item.
All right, any questions or comments from council? Okay, well, do you, your mic.
I do remember having extensive discussions and presentations, but am I wrong?
City Manager Scott?
I think we can come back with the information and review this.
Do you,
Unless you want to talk about it.
Nice suit, by the way.
Yeah, I wore this suit just in case I had to come down twice. So what is the question?
Was this discussed during your presentation of the park recreation budget?
I believe I put out everything. I mean, we had an event there, and you guys heard the PA system was not working. We had a DJ that was pumping, you know, with the speaker. This whole season, we just use regular speakers. It is a safety issue. If you cannot address 500 to 1,000 people in a park to exit or to move, it is a situation. So.
and so I guess the other question was, and this may not be for you, but was this in the capital improvement program that the city council adopted?
Not at that time, but the funding that came from the general fund, he's correct, goes into the CIP for when we have emergency situations or something that needs to be fixed, which would be brought to you for approval so you guys are aware of the situation. So that's where we are tonight. So the RFQ went out. This is the situation. The park is 30 years old, and basically this is part of, you know, keeping the park running. I understand it is an expensive ask, and my job is to do what the council tells me to do. If we don't want a PA system, and, you know, we've had several electricians come out, we have had Public Works come out, and this is the quote and estimate.
Okay, so I guess the question then is, it wasn't in the CIP, the 25-26 CIP, but it's something that's come up in the meantime and needs to be addressed.
And these funds are available for such occurrences.
Okay. Any other questions from council?
Let's just move a vote forward.
Like make a
You
motion?
got it?
Move approval.
A motion, a second?
Second.
A motion, second, please cast your vote.
Thank you. Motion passes 4-0 with Councilmember Wilson absent.
Thank you very much.
All right, item number 5, moving on to the council regular agenda, 2024 Annual Military Equipment Report. City Manager Scott?
Yep, thanks so much. The captain, newly promoted, is going to tell us all about it. Congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff, City Manager. Tonight I'm presenting the 2024 Annual Military Equipment Use Report for the Antioch Police Department. This is in compliance with Assembly Bill 41 and our city's military equipment use policy. Just a little background, Assembly Bill 481, approved in 2021, requires law enforcement agencies to obtain approval for a military equipment use policy and to provide an annual report detailing equipment use, costs, complaints, and future acquisition plans. The Antioch City Council originally approved the military equipment use policy back in May of 2022. Most recently, on September 10th, 2024, the City Council accepted the prior year's report and approved the continued use of this equipment. This report fulfills the legal mandate outlined in Government Code Section 7070 through 7072. These actions require an annual update covering how military equipment was used, the costs involved, community feedback, and plans for future acquisitions. You'll see some of the key components in that report. Outlines the use of the military equipment throughout the year, along with the purpose for each use. And all of these deployments were consistent with department policy. In addition to these incidents, the unmanned aerial systems, or drones, were deployed throughout 2024 with approximately 51 hours of flight time, which assisted in crime mapping, area checks, locating suspects, missing juveniles, and checking our waterways. The department received no formal complaints or public concerns regarding the use of the military equipment in 2024. This aligns with the department's commitment to accountability and responsible equipment use. The report confirms that the internal audits found no violations of the military use equipment policy. And the report accounts for the total quantity of each type of military equipment currently held by the department. It also identifies whether the department intends to acquire any additional equipment in the coming year. As noted in the report, the department anticipates adding 2 armored vehicles, which was approved by council back in March of this year. And we also anticipate these vehicles being added into our inventory hopefully by the end of the year. And when that happens, our current vehicle will be taken offline. Some of the key provisions under AB 41 is that the police department must hold at least 1 public hearing for community discussion. This meeting was held on August 4th of this year and was presented in the APOC meeting as part of our commitment to transparency. So again, the 2024 report reflects our continued effort by the police department to operate with transparency, maintain public trust, and ensure that all use of the military equipment aligns with the state and local laws. So with that, thank you.
All right, thank you. And did I hear Captain Cook?
You did.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
All right, any questions or comments from council?
Did I hear correct that the public hearing happened at the APOC meeting? And I'm wondering why did the public hearing happen at the APOC meeting when I've observed those meetings and they aren't well attended by the public to be informed on something like this?
Yes, the public hearing was held through APOC, given the opportunity for the community to come and speak on the matter. There was a publication sent out to the community through the city clerk's office at I want to say it was mid-July, noticing of that hearing regarding specific to the military equipment.
I just would prefer in the future if those meetings are held here at the city council, because I would have liked to.
Yeah, so the way AB 41 is
Because having all of us in the same space at once, if we were all interested.
Correct.
And all showed up to that meeting, then would there be, City Attorney Cole, would there have been any issues with that? Just asking for future references. So if the public hearing have to happen again, and it happened to APOC, and let's just say this happens, which it never does, we all the city council end up there once, or at least a majority of the council, would that be appropriate?
So the Brown Act talks about this, and what it says is that if you are a member of a legislative body, which you are a council, you can attend other meetings of this city. But what you can't do is dialogue. You can't discuss business.
Okay.
So if all 5 of you sat in the APOC meeting and you just listened and you took it in and you didn't talk amongst yourself, or you didn't come up and talk at the podium, you'd be fine.
Even though after that public hearing, it still needed to come here to
Correct.
the dais for a vote,
Correct.
as long as we are not
Correct,
having
because
any
you,
conversation about it in that moment, it would be fine.
correct, you could attend, you could listen in, you could take it in live, as long as you don't discuss business there, because if you start to discuss business there, then that's considered a meeting of the council, an unagendized meeting. I'd have to, I mean, there's probably not a prohibition on a joint APOC city council meeting. And I'm sure,
Yeah,
I mean,
I would just prefer the next public hearing, if I'm here that long, be here in the council chambers and maybe a joint meeting, because I don't actually attend a lot of those meetings because I don't want to feel like I'm politically influencing the space with my presence, especially after, the public has come here and said I couldn't come, but other council members go. So I just think I would like that to happen in the future.
that's appropriate.
All right, any other questions or comments on this item? Have a motion to approve it?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion second, please cast your vote.
Motion passes 4-0 with Councilmember Wilson absent.
All right, moving on to item number 6, 5-year agreement with Axon Enterprise for Police Department Technology, Hardware, and Software Services. City Manager
Chief is
Scott.
here.
Chief Ehel.
Good evening, council members, community members, city manager, and city attorney. The Antioch Police Department has utilized body-worn cameras since 2021. Shortly after their deployment, in-car cameras were also installed in all patrol vehicles. This technology has become essential for both officer and community safety while also supporting transparency and public trust. Body-worn and in-car cameras provide a reliable layer of documentation for events, actions, and interactions between our officers and the public. All sworn officers, as well as professional staff who engage with the community, are equipped with body-worn cameras. Likewise, all patrol vehicles are equipped with in-car cameras. However, this equipment is now nearing or has already exceeded its expected lifespan. Additionally, the available technology has significantly improved since we first entered into our current contract. The department has also used Axon X26 tasers since 2008. These conducted energy devices are vital, non-lethal tools used by officers to gain compliance from violent or combative subjects. Our current tasers are now obsolete and have long exceeded their useful life. Replacing them ensures our officers continue to have access to effective, safe options when encountering resistance. In addition to hardware, the department relies on Axon's Evidence.com platform for secure storage and management of digital media and data. This system integrates seamlessly with our camera programs, dispatch center, and the district attorney's office. It enhances our operational efficiency while maintaining the security and integrity of critical evidence. After evaluating the department's current and future technology needs and reviewing our existing contract, we have found that consolidating these services into a new 5-year agreement will be far more cost-effective than extending our current contract. By bundling necessary equipment and services into a new agreement, the department would save $66,000 in the final year of our existing contract and beginning a new contract. Importantly, the cost of this new contract is already accounted for in the department's existing fiscal year budget and will not require any general fund appropriation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any public comment on this item?
There's no public comment to this item.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Councilmember Torres Walker.
Hello, Chief. I know I've definitely been a full support of body worn and dash cameras and not necessarily tasers because they could be used inappropriately and cause harm. But I guess my question is, will the tasers, because it's coming as a package, will the tasers activate the cameras when it is pulled for use? So I remember Councilmember Barbanica saying something that the taser would also activate the camera. Is that true? Like, is it that kind of technology?
So let me just go back a step. The X26 tasers that we have now, the PP Power Performer battery module is what connects to the cameras. Our tasers are so old now they cannot talk to the cameras at all.
But the new
Any platform
tasers.
of the new taser, as soon as not only when it comes out, but it has to be activated, turned on, activates all the cameras within a 30-yard radius.
Sweet. Thank you. That's it.
All right, Chief, so I understand you're a use of force expert.
A retired use of force expert.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're.
It's been a minute since
I'm glad
I've
you're here doing this. So this package of technology that you are bringing before us now looks like it's going to significantly enhance our current capabilities. Can you give a little bit of a comparison between what we currently are doing and have and what this will provide?
Yes, currently now we only utilize the body-worn cameras. We had an update on the body-worn cameras a couple years ago. Under the new contract, we would get the latest version. Better optics, better microphones, better connectivity, and same thing with our car cameras. We haven't had a car camera update since we went live with these in the early part of 2022. The technology has significantly changed. Same thing, better speakers, better optics, better connectivity. And then on top of that, we utilize evidence.com as a cloud-based system to retain everything that's included in this package. So what we're going to now, and I'm going to refer you all to the document, and I'll just kind of go down the list. We did not select the top of the line package because we felt like we didn't need everything included in the package, but I'll talk about some of the things that we are going to get. We will get new body-worn cameras, and we will be available for an update before the contract ends to the latest version of the camera. We will receive new tasers. These do integrate and talk to evidence.com. They do talk to all the other systems that we use. So if a taser comes out and is activated, we will be able to sync it to our cameras. It will turn on the other cameras, but more importantly, we will be able to track and pull the data from the taser when it's used, which we cannot do now because the tasers are outdated and they don't talk to the computer system anymore. Evidence.com and Axon Enterprises abandoned that technology years ago and it's no longer supported. Because our hardware is so old, it doesn't talk to the outdated computer program, so we cannot see any of the data when we utilize the taser. We will have enhanced evidence.com accounts for not only our sworn staff, but our non-sworn staff, as well as our monitor and all of our records personnel, so they can be able to access videos. All of our cars will be updated to the latest version of the car cameras, as well as speakers, rear seat camera, and all the hardware that goes into the cars. I think one thing to note that's important, one of the reasons the cost is so high, all 5 of our interview rooms need to be updated with camera technology. The camera technology that we're utilizing now is very dated, it's very old, and we don't want to risk the chance of having a case go to the district attorney's office where poor camera quality in the interview room determines whether or not that case gets filed. So we are updating all 5 of our interview rooms with new cameras. They are Axon cameras. They are fully supported by the system and talk with all the other systems that we are switching to. We do not have this technology right now, and that's one of the more pricier points in the contract is the interview room cameras. It's very expensive. Axon Performance, this is an audit dashboard for our supervisors. This is going to give them the opportunity to audit videos in connection with the MOA agreement where we can have that level of oversight and transparency that will exist. We can set different parameters. We will definitely work with the monitor on how we set that up, but the supervisors will be able to randomly audit officers' cameras, tie it to police reports, and be able to confirm if officers are doing the right thing when they're out there on the street. Fusus is included. Fusus is evidence.com's real-time crime center technology. We have talked about a way to integrate. This city runs on several different camera systems. Bay Alarm, the city cameras, the flock cameras, the old vigilant cameras. Fusus is a way to integrate all of those cameras together into one, if you will, holding point. So you can access all the cameras through one program. As we move forward, we are currently in the works through the PSP program with a technical and training piece to move forward with funding, possible funding for a real-time crime center. And it would be a great place to roll Fusus into because it's automatic. Another component that we have included is the virtual reality training, which allows trainers to work with officers and non-sworn staff to train a variety of scenarios with trainer equipment centered on Axon's platform. So we can run lethal, non-lethal, de-escalation scenarios all through their VR headset. It's kind of like an Oculus with a helmet. I didn't try it on when they demoed it because I didn't want to mess up my hair. Signal sidearm is included. Auto tagging is included. Signal sidearm activates the cameras when the gun comes out of the holster. Auto tagging is anytime an officer responds to a call, makes a stop, the video camera that they're wearing, when the camera starts to record, it automatically tags that video with the event corresponding to the call on the computer. Community request is very important. This is our public portal. This is how citizens from the community can upload video, pictures that they took of an incident or have of an incident directly into evidence.com. There's no middleman. There's no, hey, send it to me, email it to me. They upload straight into evidence.com through the public portal. We talked about Fusus Plus, and then the redaction assistant. That's more so for our records, for anything that falls under the 1421 category where we have to edit or alter videos for release, for court, and release to a Public Records Act request. And that was the last one.
All right, thank you, Chief. It's having a chief that's so well informed about all of these, all this new technology and things is important, leading our police department, especially in the times that we're in. And so thank you for, giving us that explanation on this and also not buying the top package if we didn't need it. I appreciate you also doing that and being a good steward of our resources.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you for being informed. We clearly didn't have that before. So thank you for your experience. But I also just want to say thank you for the community requests. Like, I have used that system to upload videos. Definitely quick, easy. You can communicate with the responding officer through it. I know y'all still rolling it out, but I've used it, evidence.com, and it is, I would encourage the community, like, don't shy away from it because it was very easy to use, very easy to upload photos, upload videos, and communicate with the responding officer about the status of the case. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. And we see good solvability on cases where community members upload video, pictures that we weren't able to get just due to timing, accessibility to certain camera systems. I think a majority of people have a Ring or what's the other one? A Blink system. So it's a good way to upload that directly to a report. So the officers and the detectives, as well as the district attorney, have that for the case when they package it.
Perfect. If there aren't any other questions, can I get a motion?
I'll move to approve.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
Motion is second. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 4-0 with Councilmember Wilson absent.
All right, thank you. Item number 7, comprehensive general plan update consultant contract.
Yes, thank you so much. The item before you tonight is the approval of the consulting contract for the preparation of the comprehensive general plan update. Kevin Scudero, principal planner, will be presenting this item.
Yes, good evening, thank you. Tonight is the consulting contract for the general plan update. One thing that I want to be clear about before we get into this is that the money for this is collected through a general plan maintenance fee on all building permits. So these are monies that cannot be expended as general fund monies. They are specifically collected for this purpose. So just some background. An RFP was issued on April 23rd, and it was sent to 14 consulting firms and posted on the city website. 3 proposals were received. Staff reviewed the proposals, conducted interviews, and checked references of all 3 firms. And as a result of that process, we selected de novo planning firm as the best qualified firm to lead this project. Just some quick highlights of the proposal. It is a 2-year timeline for preparation and adoption. And it also includes a robust community outreach and participation strategy, as well as a zoning code update, which is necessary to maintain consistency between the general plan and the zoning code. Staff is recommending that the City Council approve the resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a 3-year contract with the Novo Planning Group for $1,278,174. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Ben Ritchie from De Novo Planning Group to introduce himself to the council, and Ben and I are both available to answer any questions you may have regarding this project.
Welcome, Ben.
Thank you, Kevin, Mr. Mayor, council members. I don't have very much to add. I'm the president and founder of the company. I lead our general plan practice. I've been doing this for 25 years. We've worked throughout the county. This is what we do. So we're very much looking forward to working with your community. I think it's a great city, and I'll answer any questions you may have. I could talk to you for a half hour, but you don't want that. So I'll defer to you and answer any questions you may have. So.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this?
Yes, we have one speaker, Andrew Becker.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So this has been a long time coming for the city of Antioch, and definitely very exciting. And so I just wanted to, at the beginning of this process, add my name to public record in support of this organization and this process, and hopefully this timeline and this cost. You know, hopefully we can, through this process, really look at, as staff mentioned, our zoning code and our use table and our community as a whole, right? And what that vision and what that plan is. And all I wanted to add is that I think here in Antioch, we're in a unique position because we are just now going through this process of finding our vision and the direction forward, while we're currently in this process of a remarkable amount of development that's currently happening here in the city and a lot of change to that landscape. And so I hope that those two components are closely intertwined and that our vision forward is reflective of where we are and where we're going now in our current processes so that it doesn't create chaos through that process. Want to emphasize again that I hope that we can stick to this cost and this timeline, and I appreciate this firm committing to this community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment?
There are no other speakers this item.
All right, any questions for staff or for Mr. Ritchie? Yes, Councilmember Fraze.
First, Mr. Ritchie, I particularly like the fact that you have extensive experience in Eastern Contra Costa County. And I think that that serves us very well as we plan this particular document, because if I remember correctly, you worked in Pittsburgh, Brentwood, yes, you know, Oakley, so I want to commend that. So I was actually mayor at the 3-year process of the 2003 general plan, and it was an extraordinarily robust public involvement, and I frankly am anticipating and hope that we have that. So I want to refer specifically to B33 and B32 first. And so in here, public input, Antioch residents, business persons, and interest groups. So what methodology do you use to actually identify business groups in the community?
That's a great question. So we have a couple of avenues. We have multiple sub-consultants on our project team. So we have EPS running economic development analysis. So they'll be reaching out to the business-focused community, so real estate developers, local businesses. There's going to be their own set of stakeholder outreach on the economic development front. We're also using a public relations firm, public outreach firm by the name of Kearns and West. I've had the honor of working with them for 12 or 14 different general plans. What they do is outreach. And so they're going to be working with staff, the council, local business leaders, or local community leaders, not just business, to help identify what the stakeholders are. And we're going to run a multi-pronged process. So it's visioning workshops, come one, come all members of the community, focus groups on different subject matter topics. So be it education or transportation or real estate or local business. And I'm just very excited about our outreach program. So between Kearns and West, EPS, and then I run all of the outreach for De Novo Planning Group. So I've been doing this, again, 25 years. So we're going to be working with you to help identify the key members we want to reach out to directly. And then we're going to be doing multiple avenues of online, in-person, traditional, virtual meetings for the entire community throughout all stages of the project. And what I really want to emphasize, we've written a scope of work. I do this for a lot of communities. What I do is general plan updates. That's my career. That's what I do. We want to hear from you, and you know your community better than I do. And so I want the council, I want staff, and I want the local community to help guide and direct us to the individuals, the organizations, the stakeholders, and the agencies that we need to be talking to. So we've written our scope to do robust outreach, and we want you to tell us who we need to make sure we include beyond what I would assume we include, having shown up without knowing what I don't know. So we'll be doing a lot of listening. I like to tell every community, I don't live here, and I won't pretend to know what's important locally or what I don't know having not lived here. So we're going to ask questions and listen, and you're going to tell us who we should talk to and listen to, and that's going to help dictate our outreach program.
I'm very happy to hear that, because I think it's very important for all of us. But I also think it's important to have various members on our boards and commission, maybe making presentations, Park and Recreation, the Planning Commission, so on and so forth, actually be invited to maybe one or two of the members of that particular board to participate. I've been here long enough when we did the urban line. Supervisor Sonny McPeak, believed in an all-inclusive group, and our meetings would have 50 to 70 people. And as I hope it does not get that large, because frankly, it was very difficult to move forward. But I do think having a large enough and diverse enough and inclusive enough group really helps us move forward. And I commend this, because your scope of work, that clearly is an item, and I will be expecting a lot from you, as we move forward on the public input, public outreach. The other, and I'm desperately trying to find it, but I can't find it. We oftentimes talk about, here it is on page B6, you have to reestablish the Rivertown area and waterfront as a distinctive destination. Midtown Antioch is always forgotten. The 18th and A Street is always forgotten. And we need a lot of focus, not only in the downtown, but in Midtown as well as Southeast Antioch. And I want to just raise the flag, particularly for Midtown, because it is an area that needs a lot of help. And so I didn't see it mentioned anywhere. I looked for it, but I just, in this meeting, just want to raise that with you. The other, I thought it was interesting. You're going to utilize a variety of traditional and modern techniques. What's a traditional, what's a modern technique?
Traditional is a scheduled meeting at 5 o'clock at this room or the community center, and I got Post-it notes and sticky dots and a PowerPoint presentation, and I hope you showed up in person, and we're running a workshop. Modern technique is going to be similar questions and content, run on an online platform where you can do it from your couch, from your phone, but it's not a date and time certain. We learned a lot during COVID. I opened this shop in 2008, so I've been doing this for a while. We rolled right through COVID. I tried the joint live in-person meetings. I don't recommend them. They don't work. They're glitchy. It doesn't, I don't like hybrid in-person virtual simultaneous live meetings. I'm going to recommend against them, and we're not proposing them. But what I am proposing is a platform of traditional in-person, and you've been doing this long enough, you get the usual suspects, and a lot of people don't come to the traditional in-person. We run the same online platform at a time of your choice, on your phone, on your iPad, on your laptop, at an open-ended, like a 6-week period to answer similar type questions. And so, that's the hybrid that we're proposing to run, and what we're also proposing is to be flexible with that. And again, we're using Kearns and West. They do this for a living. I've worked with them on many general plans. They bring, there's websites like Social Pinpoint, there's all these interactive mapping activities. It's more than just, if you've done SurveyMonkey surveys, that's great. You can get a lot of good feedback. We take it to the next level in terms of interactive type mapping activities for online feedback that are open-ended, and you don't have to be at a time and place at a date certain at 5 p.m. on Thursday.
Okay. On B35, you also say our team understands that culture and tradition impact how communities of people like to participate. Can you just tell me what that means?
I think what it means is we try to go out. A lot of what we're proposing too is to work with city staff. So one of the items in our scope of work is pop-up events and workshops in a box. We like to go where people are rather than inviting them to where we would like them to be. So for example, farmers markets, you guys have different city activities. Having a pop-up booth, having opportunities for people to provide input in a targeted 90-second type manner, working with city staff, and basically leveraging the tools that our team's going to bring, giving them to staff, and giving you guys the tools to help expand our outreach efforts. And we find we just get way more. We go to spring events, we go to, again, farmers market's a great low-hanging fruit, easy example, but depending on the community we're in, we try to show up in booths in places where people are going to be to get them engaged and knowledgeable. I like to use the running joke. I've been doing city planning for a long time. I do a lot of CEQA work. I do general plan work. You tell people there's a Walmart coming to their neighborhood, you're going to get 400 people at a meeting. You tell them there's a general plan update, you might get 15. It's a bit of an abstract concept when you start doing the general plan. So a lot of our job is outreach and education. What is this? Why does it matter? Why do you care? Why should you participate? And we really want your input. So a lot of my job is it's listener and it's educator, and it's taking all of that information and giving you the document that you want that's going to guide your community and also complies with state law.
So having spent 40, 50 years on these and wearing different hats, I always have felt that 20 years is much too long. And so I would hope that in the structure of this general plan, there is some mechanism or outreach or whatever you would utilize in, making sure that we say, I know we can amend the general plan, I understand that, but 20 years is too long to quote unquote grab a vision. Our world is radically changing so fast. And so I hope in this document there is some mechanism to keep us much more current, not having to necessarily do a general plan amendment, but keeping things current and moving as we move forward.
I love the question. I could talk for hours. I won't go down the rabbit hole. No, I won't. We will include an implementation element in your general plan that is going to help prioritize the city's implementation priorities of the action items that we develop. So a couple things I'll mention is one, the general plan will not dictate city budgets. That is up to the council. We will identify priorities, we will identify responsibilities for implementation, and then we'll prioritize them in terms of near-term, mid-term, and long-term. So some of these things will be repetitive, every time you get an application, do the following, and others will be tangible steps that the city should implement itself directly. And we will help you prioritize the near, mid, and long-term of those, and also write this to be properly ambitious, but also grounded in reality, and strike that correct balance. I don't want to look at your budget and say, well, here's all we can do, so here's your plan, and I also don't want to write you something pie in the sky that's just fluff and doesn't mean anything. And so where we try to earn our chops is to get you a tangible, actionable document that strives for better, grounded in reality.
With that grounding of reality, cost is always a consideration. So as we, if you put in all these priorities, some high, some medium, some low, but they have no realistic, foundation with regards to cost, it's all pie in the sky from my perspective. And a lot of general plans do exactly that. They're not realistic from the moment they're published.
So the two things I'll offer up is, one, our hope and expectation is that the council has your hands all over this and that you will be intimately involved in approving what we put into this. And second, the majority of the clients we've written general plans for have us back on on-call services, so I'm working for them 10 years, 12 years. My daughter is in 7th grade, and when I did the Brentwood general plan at the second visioning workshop, I left early and I drove 110 miles an hour home to get to the hospital when she was born, and she's gonna be 13 this year. I work for Brentwood all day, every day, multiple projects a year, implementing the general plan I wrote for them. So a lot of what we talk about, we get invited back and we work with the cities we write general plans for, and that to me is the greatest testament to the work we do.
So under community outreach, again, B35, following the project kickoff meeting, and I'm assuming, who are you thinking should be invited to the kickoff meeting?
The kickoff meeting, we are actually hoping, so we're gonna have two people involved. The person who's not here this evening is Beth Thompson. She's my partner. She's one of the other founders of De Novo Planning Group. She's one of the original owners. A little bit about the company. We have 22 employees. 3 of us started it. I worked out of our house for 5 years. Beth is one of the original founders. She does the other half of our general plan practice. So she did Pittsburgh's general plan. We both worked on Brentwood's. I envision the kickoff meeting, aside from staff level, there's the nuts and bolts of points of contact, but we would like to come before the council and hold a general plan kickoff meeting prior to doing the visioning workshops. We typically ask the question, do you want to invite the planning commission as well? We can do it as a joint workshop. It's at the discretion of the council. But the kickoff meeting we envision with this group, and we're going to ask you in detail, what are your priorities? How do we measure success? What challenges do we need to tackle? And let us know what we need to know in order to do this well. And our scope has touch points with you, with the council, as much as needed throughout this process. Again, the other thing I want to emphasize, I own the company. You're dealing with the leadership of the company. We don't nickel and dime, so I heard the public comment about let's stick to the budget. We will. I'm playing the long game, and so another meeting to come check in with you, that's low-hanging fruit. That's easy. What we're not going to do is be like, well, we budgeted 6 meetings with council. You're asking for a 7th. You're never going to hear that from us. We are here to deliver and work hard, and if we need to come check in with you in additional to what we assumed, we'll be here.
Okay.
That's easy.
So not a question, Mr. Ritchie, but there is a committee, what's it called, the Northeast Annexation Committee? I know I'm appointed to it, and Northern Waterfront.
Yeah, Northern Waterfront.
And so, I have patiently not convened the meeting or anything until we finish the budget, until we started this process. But just to let council know, I will start meeting, with the committee, taking a look at our Northern Shore?
Northern Waterfront.
Northern Waterfront, I'll get that. And hopefully be able to input, because there's extraordinary potential, but nobody's been focused on it. So it will, Ms. Scott, require staff, and so I don't know if it's going to come from community development or where, but we'll begin that process as well. So we'll be working in tandem.
We look forward to it. Thank you.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Thank you, Councilmember Freitas. I believe that's a standing committee, and I believe I'm appointed to that committee. I've been appointed to that committee since 2020, and so I'm looking forward to seeing who's on it. I want to So on the community side of things, I've been a part of general plan updates with great community engagement strategies, being a part of Richmond's general plan when they were doing the 30-year. And got to actually still be around to see a lot of that happen in the community. It was you could, I don't think it was pie in the sky, but I think the community engagement was intentional. Are you familiar with the health and all policy approach to general plans?
Yes, I often refer to it as environmental justice, community equity, community health and wellness. So I often don't use the same term, but I believe we're speaking the same concept.
I was just making sure because I know, when I came to council and I was told we're going to be having this great process for the general plan, a lot of my questions was around making sure that the consultant was familiar with the health and all policy approach.
Very much so.
As well as knowing other cities who have updated their general plan to include racial equity approaches across all elements.
Absolutely.
So just wanted to make sure that was something that you understood.
Yes, and it's funny, you asked me that question 10 years ago, and it was, are you familiar with sustainability? And I used to answer it as yes, and I'm going to recommend against having a sustainability element, because if you write your general plan correctly, sustainability is interwoven through all elements of your general plan. So if you're talking about social equity, environmental justice, community health and wellness, we have state mandates on addressing environmental justice. That's the term the state of California uses in general plan vernacular. When done correctly, it is interwoven through everything, from your land use to your housing to your circulation, parks and recs, conservation, open space. So it's something we're passionate about. It's something we've done in a number of communities, and every community gets to set its own tone for what that means for itself. And when done correctly, it's not even a standalone thing. It's simply ubiquitous throughout the general plan.
Yeah, that's my understanding, is it need to be throughout the plan. It's not a separate element. So just wanted to make sure that that was something that, you all did as a part of your process.
Absolutely, yes.
I also know that elements of the current general plan have been amended and piecemealed and updated upon requests, or when legal challenges or when facing legal challenges around an element that need to be updated, because that plan was created in 2003. And so we're in 2005. 225. Look, I'm way back still.
I'm tracking, I'm with you.
25, right? I'm sure there's a lot that has changed that we can make sure we incorporate in our general plan. I will let you know, as a community organizer and somebody who plans to absolutely go nowhere in the next 3 years, that for the past 5 years, me and the community have been talking about this general plan update, and we have a strategy, and we were just talking about you all the other day, and we are excited to hit the ground running. So you'll be hearing from us.
The feeling is mutual, and we look forward to it. This is what we're here to do. So thank you.
A couple quick questions. Thank you for your presentation and the fact that you're so familiar with our region and this process. It's comforting to know that going into it. Two things, and I know you've already addressed it, but I want to hear one more time. Budget and the timeline on this thing. So it's 24 months, 1.2 million or thereabouts. So how do we avoid creep on both of those, either the time or the budget? How do we stay on track on those?
Great question. I'll shoot you as straight as possible.
Mm-hmm.
The budget, I'm not concerned about. We just won't. If you don't ask for things that aren't in our scope, and I'm not talking about little things like an extra meeting, like I'm running a grown-up business, so a meeting here, yeah, it's fine. It's 1.2 million. You're not going to see $5,000 nitpicks from us. The budget, zero concern. The time frame will be, we can hit this. And 2 years for a general plan sounds like a long time. That's a brisk pace. Mm-hmm. We've hit it. I did Brentwood's in 19 months. It was brisk. I've gotten to know staff. Staff turnaround on deliverables when they review things, that's important. When we schedule meetings, that's important. When we come to council and we ask for direction on critical things, hey, we might change the land use map to look like this, look like that. Be decisive, ask your questions, have a meeting. Don't put us off 4 months. You know, we'll try and avoid critical things around the holidays. Those are the things that can influence schedule. I have a great team. We can drag you there in time, so keep up and don't make it feel like you were rushed and you're compromising good decision making because I held a calendar in front of you. So if something slips, it's the schedule, but that's not me blowing smoke saying, well, it's really going to be 4 years, but we promised 2. If it slips to 2.5 and you're happy with it, be satisfied with that, but I'm not going to mess with you on the budget. And even if it slips, it's not going to change your budget. So we'll lay out a schedule that gets you there in 2 years. And if we're in the thick of it and it's feeling too fast and you're like, we want to look at this, that's a big decision, we're not ready, we want to put that off, we want to do extra community meetings, tell us that. And if we have to bump a couple months out, that's good, that's fine. And I'm not going to mess with you on budget in terms of those types of decisions. So 0 concerns on budget. We can and will hit 2 years. Everyone needs to keep up. And if it doesn't feel right and it bumps to 2.5, that's not a mistake if that's what's happening.
Thank you for that. Does the fact that legislation changes so quickly and often in Sacramento impact how the general plan process update tracks? Because I know
That's a great question. In general, no. It's our job to keep up on that. I'm doing City of Sonoma's right now, and from the time we started, CAL FIRE just redid their maps, and we had to run this whole evacuation analysis with a transportation firm, and it kicked 4 months into the schedule because it's this big thing that we didn't used to need to do, and now we need to do. Usually it doesn't. Again, I've been doing this 20 plus years. Sacramento generally doesn't dictate the schedule of what we're doing, and our job is to stay on top of that. I've had a couple in recent months where it's added a couple of months because notable, tangible things changed midstream. But for the most part, we're not playing reactionary whack-a-mole with Sacramento. Most of those come down in your housing element. You guys just went through that. And we're not updating your housing element. That's its own beast. So most of the onerous state laws fall into the housing element. So I understand the question. I don't anticipate it. I'm not going to make promises, but for the most part, no, reacting to Sacramento legislation doesn't dictate our process and our schedule.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. All right, we have a motion. We have a second?
Second.
Cast your votes. Thank you, Ms. Ritchie.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right,
Motion passes 4-0 with Councilmember Wilson absent.
perfect. On to item number 8, process for appointment to fill the city clerk vacancy. City Attorney Cole.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. At the last meeting, in light of the resignation of our elected city clerk, the council directed to use an appointment process. And so staff has reviewed the historical precedent that the city council has followed in the previous situation in which a city clerk was appointed. And we presented that to you in the staff report as well as in a resolution. Just to quickly summarize, the process would work where we would ask for a letter of interest from any prospective candidate that would not exceed 400 words, basically saying why they want to hold the position, what their qualifications are, what their background is, any other information. One thing that our city clerk has asked that I clarify after the resolution is we do propose a nomination paper signed by at least 20 but not more than 30 registered voters. The problem is this is not really an official election activity, and so we cannot go to the county elections office and they don't have the ability. So we could still ask that people gather 30 signatures and take it at face value, or that would be a suggestion, or if you want to dispense with that requirement altogether, that would be within your prerogative. And then we do require that they submit a Form 700. So if once that happens, They would provide that to us. We've set a deadline that will allow staff to basically gather everything, put a staff report together, and then the intention is to have this at your second meeting in September, and we would do an early session. So a special meeting at 4:30, where you could then take the time you need to dialogue and interview the candidates and then deliberate and debate. And you would approve the simple motion that would carry by a majority would result in the appointment of a new city clerk whom we could swear in that evening, and that person could then thereafter serve. As I mentioned, because of the way the law is written, when Ms. Rhodes, when she resigned, she did it in the first year of the first half of her term. And so we can only fill to the next general election cycle, which is next November. And then whoever runs and is elected serves out the remainder, the second half of Ms. Rhodes' terms. And then we start a normal 4-year cycle after that. So happy to answer any questions. The recommendation of staff is to approve the resolution, but I would call the council's attention to the fact that we cannot get the elections office to verify signatures. So a suggestion would be either you just take people at face value or you delete that altogether.
All right. Thank you, Ray. Yes.
I was just going to speak to
Member
that, because I think if you go with the nomination signatures as if you would do in an election, then addresses have to be verified. There's a variety of steps that have to go into place. And in the timeline that we're looking at, will we have staff that can do that? I mean,
I would say it'd be difficult.
yeah, so to me, I would think that when we look at this resolution, that we look at removing item B from that requirement. That'd be my suggestion.
Okay.
It's on that point, but we can verify their address in the city, correct? We have to prove
Yes.
that they are a resident of
And
the
also
city.
the
of
signature.
Antioch.
Correct.
No,
Correct.
I understand.
And staff would verify that.
The only, I have no problem with that, and the only thing I would include in the packet that's given to possible candidates is the Antioch Municipal Code that outlines the duties and responsibilities of the city clerk, as well as the California Constitution, because I think there's language in there as well. And possibly an organization chart so the individual knows the staffing level. And it's not a surprise if he or she is selected by the city.
I could work with the city clerk's office to provide the relevant provisions. There is, I don't know that there's anything in the California Constitution. There is certainly in the government code for cities. I can provide that. I can provide excerpts from our code, and then I can work with our city clerk's office to provide that.
Yeah, I just don't want
good
there to be
information.
any surprises.
Sure.
I want it to be clearly articulated. Yeah, and I actually think there is in the state constitution, or maybe it's the treasurer I'm thinking of. But anyway, if we would
I'll
just
look.
take a look and review, I
I'll
would
look.
just suggest that to the council that, we have those documents included in the nomination papers.
Related to the appointment on the evening of the 23rd, that's September 23rd, that's the last day that we can make the appointment, correct?
It's the last regular meeting. An option would be that you could adjourn that meeting if you can't reach a decision to another day, but you would have to complete that by the 30th. So you'd
Okay.
have to find, and I believe that the 30th is a Tuesday. So you'd either have to finish it up that week or come back on Monday or Tuesday of next week.
Okay, so I guess my point is if something happens between 4:30 and whenever the regular city council meeting ends at 11 or 12, whenever, and we don't make a decision, there's more time to technically do that.
We can make it happen.
Okay, it's not our desire, but
Yeah,
if that were to
we
happen.
can make it happen.
Okay, understood. Any other questions?
Well, I should say you can make it happen technically.
Yes, we can make it happen, yes. Yes, Councilmember Torres Walker.
So it looked, where's the community engagement piece? So is there like at some point in the timeline where people will submit all of their information, make sure everything is there? Then they will, I'm assuming they will then come to the city council and talk about why they want to be city clerk? Is that the public input process? And then after that, then I'm assuming that's not gonna all happen on the 23rd, right?
So you will.
Why would it all happen on the 23rd?
So what will happen is you'll get a packet with your council, just as you get this packet. So, you know, you're gonna get it, I believe, Thursday or Friday of the week before. You will have the 400-word statements, and you'll have a staff report that will sort of summarize the qualifications of each person who's putting their hat into the ring. But, you know, as far as a dialogue, the only way you could really dialogue is in a convened public open session. So it is going to happen pretty fast. If there are suggestions that the council wants us to look at, you know, modifications of what we propose, staff is certainly receptive to whatever you want. But you know, the process does move pretty fast. You will get their 400-word statement with your packet, for what that's worth.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm assuming this council committed to a community inclusive process. If you're saying that that's what this is, it is not. And so there's no, as a community member that's been involved in appointment processes where people who wanted to be appointed have actually been in a public space and have like had conversations with community members, taken questions from community members and done other things, it's like, if this is as public as the process is gonna get, I wouldn't say that we engage the public. I just wanna put that out there.
Understood.
All right, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have no public comment on this item.
Did you? No? Okay, no public comment?
Mr. Mayor, I would move approval of the schedule that staff has outlined with the inclusion of the duties and responsibility of city clerk, possibly in the Antioch Municipal Code, California Constitution, and provide an org chart.
Question on that. Mayor Pro Tem Rocha had mentioned possibly deleting item B.
And I'm sorry, and deleting item B, I'm sorry.
All right, so we have a motion. We have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and second, please cast your votes.
Motion passes 3-1 with Councilmember Torres Walker abstaining, and it passes as amended.
All right, thank you. Moving on to public comments. Do we have any public comments?
There are no other public comment for general.
Thank you. So just kind of looking through the calculations tonight, it looks like there was recommendations in the range of $5 to $8 million in spending throughout all these different programs and processes. And I just want to once again bring to the council's attention that I had the pleasure over the last month of being introduced to the executive director of the Meals on Wheels in this region and exploring opportunities out at the 99-cent store. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I also was able to have a conversation with the Chief Strategies Officer with the Boys and Girls Club of Contra Costa County, which merged with Boys and Girls Club of Silicon Valley. And they are also open and very interested in coming out to Antioch. And what's interesting is that the voters voted on a Measure X and said we want to see a youth center space in Antioch. And as Councilmember Torres Walker knows, because she was present at, I think, all of those meetings through that process, by and large, the community showed up and said, we need a youth center space in Antioch. And your supervisors, we talk about the district representatives for Antioch, heard all of that. One of those organizations that showed up and voiced their desire for that space in Antioch was also the Boys and Girls Club. And so Contra Costa County voted to put that youth center space over in Brentwood on the Antioch border, about as far away from the Summersville district as you could get. and then said, maybe we'll look at an opportunity in Pittsburgh, we'll figure it out. And so Antioch gets the short end of the stick again. But Ruben Herrera went and purchased that 99-cent store, 28,375 square feet. Said, I will rent it to Meals on Wheels. I will rent it to Boys and Girls Club. I will rent it to the city of Antioch for youth space or community gathering space, such as which may be needed through this next 2-year general plan process, unless we're going to expect the residents from Summersville to hike all the way over to the community center. And he put $1 million into that building. And every month he pays for that building. And I said, I will bring the city of Antioch to this conversation. Will somebody please help this guy get a community resource center in this space for the Summersville district? Today, not next year. Thank you.
There are no other speakers.
All right, thank you.
Oh,
Staff.
I'm sorry, Gavin.
Oh.
Good evening, Council. So to piggyback off what Mr. Becker said, absolutely true. We also was a part of those, the East County NAACP Youth Council was also a part of those meetings, and what we advocated for was to be the Youth Development Center to be in the empty buildings that was from, I can't think of the street, off of Buchanan and somewhere off of Summersville. Those were the areas that we was talking about, because there was a lot of empty buildings where we could have used it. Some of them are kind of small, but we could have started somewhere. We could have bought some of those empty buildings. There's still empty buildings in Antioch and Pittsburgh, but we're not utilizing them. So we wanted to, where it would affect the youth the most, and that's where the heaviest traffic is, because in between those areas, there's the plaza, there's the grocery stores where they used to be, and some of them still there. And there's also the schools traffic that comes in, and then there's the work traffic. And then you have the neighborhoods that are up a line there, but that would be a good place for youth to be at. Why it's not there, that beats me, don't know. But also I have to give my hats off to Elder Gigi Crowder for setting up and taking the funds and putting up African and Holistic Wellness Hub, because she has now made a difference in the community, not only in Antioch, but across the county. And it is very intuitive and important that we do support her as the community, because now African Americans can feel like we have a place and we belong, which has been long overdue. Because back then, and even still to now, we was talking about, we just came out of the dark ages, or talking about we're not allowed to be in here. Or I don't know if you've seen the comments or seen the hate that we get on a daily basis, not just through social media, but throughout the county. And that is why we also promote and help African Americans that have led the way. That's why we're honoring this year for our banquet one of our elders, Ms. Frances Green, who was an advocate role in both Antioch and Pittsburgh. We're also advocating for a couple of others as well. So that's why we're asking the city of Antioch to support us as the Youth Council, so we can continue to work and continue to advocate for people that look like us and to feel like they don't have a voice, because they absolutely do. And we need to start now, and we need to start educating and advocating for our youth to vote, getting pre-registered to vote, because if we don't, who will? Thank you.
Any other public comment?
There are no other speakers.
All right, thank you. Staff communications? All right. Council communications and future agenda items?
Ladies first. Thank you.
Ladies first.
I just want to I want to mention to the community that this weekend there's going to be a backpack giveaway on Sycamore and L Street, and I will be there in the community. If you want to stop by, if you want to bring donations, if you want to support and just come encourage the community, please do. I believe it's going to be, the event is going to start at 11, but I'll be posting more on my social media sites for folks who follow me. Please come out, support, bring donations if you can, to support the event. Future agenda items for me, I do want to just bring up again the residents of Base Camp. They don't have long before they will vacate and have to vacate that property and be God knows where or back on the streets of Antioch. And I would like for this council to consider bringing back an agenda item to support Base Camp and help them stay at the fairgrounds, so that those families and expecting families are not displaced back onto our streets. Another future agenda item I would like to come back to the council is I would like a presentation from One Day at a Time. I know it wasn't that long ago that we approved the budget, but I do feel like there were some very direct things that they said they were gonna do as far as hiring staff, staffing up, some things that we approved for that budget. And I think that we deserve an update on what is going on with that program and the community. And I'm saying this because I know we've had a couple shootings lately, and nobody is showing up at the hospitals. And there's nobody showing up in the community outside of the police, obviously, right? Because they need to be there. But this is supposed to be a partnership. When people hear that the city invested in a community-based violence prevention program that's supposed to show up in community when a violent harm occurs, I am not hearing that they are showing up in the community on the heels of these events. And so I would like to know where things are, given that we just committed to a significant amount of our CalVIB dollars, which we know we had to spend. But just because you have to spend it don't mean you gotta keep spending it on things that aren't working the way they should be. And so I really would like an update from them and their response time to these incidents, engagements in the community, and if they are still doing the hospital-based program strategy. I think that might be it for me.
Right, thank you. Councilmember Freitas.
Yeah, I've been getting mails with the City of Antioch logo, and it's basically advertising SLWA with regards to buried underground pipes for sewer and septic. And it just seems awfully strange to me that we have City of Antioch logo on these envelopes, because I take it as an official correspondence from the City of Antioch. And yet, and then there's an inside message with, again, the City of Antioch logo, saying the City of Antioch is announcing that protection plans from SLWA Insurance Services are available to Antioch homeowners. And then when you review it, you know, it's actually a payment program. So I raise this. I just find it peculiar that Antioch seems to be, you know, endorsing this private business. And at a future time, if staff can take a look at it, I think there may be some legal ramifications. And I just don't know how a business gets to use the city logo on envelopes. I've never seen it before, so I guess I need to be educated. The second item that I would like to put on for September 23rd agenda is that we received from the city manager on August 18th a letter with regards to the federal DOJ. And I think with regards to transparency and with regards to the material that was provided in the report itself, that this is appropriate to have a presentation, since all the information is here, I don't think that would be a difficult burden on staff. But I think with regards to presenting this information and having the presentation by the chief of police, the monitor, and feedback from APOC. And I think that it's important for us as a community to keep in touch with the community. I think it's important for the city council, and I think it's important for APOC to be involved. So I would suggest on September 23rd that we actually have a presentation based on the memo that we received from the city manager.
We can exclude that from the list, the presentation from the monitor, and the chief is coming on September 9th, and APOC on the 15th.
I would like the monitor to be present.
He's coming to give a presentation on the 9th of September. So the
All
next
three of
meeting.
them? The chief, the monitor, and
Yeah.
APOC will?
APOC will have their presentation by the monitor and the chief on the 15th.
Yeah, but I want feedback from APOC after the presentation.
We can see if they're available, but we're slated to bring those presentations on the 9th because our budget presentation's on the 23rd.
It's fine.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just
Motion.
would like to, for a future item, two things. The first one is, I recently went to the Chamber of Commerce meeting. It's one of the committees that I attend. And discussion came up about private security that's provided in our parking lots, I believe. And when that was discussed, and I brought it up because one member brought it up, one merchant brought it up, the others were unaware of any type of an agreement. So then I got into a conversation about what is the contract, what services are supposed to be provided, and what are the ordinances that are supposed to be enforced. I'm not familiar with the parking lot ordinances in the region in which they're supposed to be providing security. And so I really need to know more about what our ordinances are currently in regard to public use, and is there hours that they're supposed to, it's okay to have to be present and other times when they're not, when, I don't know if there's a curfew. So just some general information about ordinances, and then just the contract that we agreed to, I forget the name of the company, but I would just like to know, I think the downtown business owners community would like to know what services are supposed to be rendered, and are they happening? Because I didn't have any answers for that, but I do recall that we entered into an agreement. I think it was a renewal of services. So just review the contract, what the role and responsibilities are supposed to be, and what the current parking lot policies are, because I don't know what's supposed to be enforced and what's not. And then the other would be, as I've stated before, we held a Know Your Rights community meeting back in, I believe it was in March, and it was well received by the community, and to see the city and the schools come together, and having the chief there to speak to the public, and the mayor and the superintendent of schools, if we can do some type of a collaborative where we can help better understand what the rights of our community are, what the police department will do and not do. Even though we talked about it back in March, I think as things have escalated, that I think those same fears and concerns are still there, and maybe at a higher level than they were when we met back in March. So just something maybe we can talk about, whether it's like at Antioch High School or a larger venue where we can maybe invite more people to come. I just think something that's worthy of our time to discuss and plan.
All right, thank you. And I just, I noticed that we inadvertently, in our introduction of new employees, we forgot to mention Stefan. No, we did? We didn't. Okay, we do next time? Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure that she gets her proper acknowledgement. So, all right, well, good. Well, that's it. Do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Second? Please cast your votes.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion passes 4-0 with Councilmember Wilson absent
Meeting adjourned.
at 10:14 p.m. for the record.